in Beijing. Anti-corruption investigators in South Korea are requesting an extension on the execution period of President Yoon Suk-yeol's arrest warrant. The warrant expires midnight on Monday. The Corruption Investigation Office has also asked police to serve the arrest warrant. The embattled president earlier lost his bid to have a district court invalidate warrants to detain him and search the presidential residence. Yoon is under investigation for alleged insurrection and abuse of power. Jack Barton has our top story.
A Seoul court has dismissed an injunction filed by lawyers representing President Yoon Suk-yeol, who is himself a former chief prosecutor, well-versed in the law. Yoon's residence is inside a defense ministry compound, and his legal team had argued the warrants were invalid because the law prohibits police search or arrest in restricted military and security areas. The dismissal follows a failed attempt to arrest Yoon and search his home on Thursday, which involved a 5.5-hour standoff between police and the president's guards. The road to the residence has been obstructed for days by thousands of pro-Yoon supporters who have at times breached the security perimeter. Anti-Yoon demonstrations have also been carried out nearby. Another attempt to execute the warrants is expected before they expire on Monday. Officers of the Corruption Investigation Office, 4 senior officials, are seeking to detain and question Yoon as part of a criminal investigation into the martial law declaration. But Yoon's fate is also tied to the country's constitutional court, which has 180 days to rule on whether his impeachment by a majority in the National Assembly should be upheld. If the court upholds the decision, Yoon will be officially stripped of the presidency, which he still holds, though his powers have been suspended. On Sunday, Yoon's lawyers said the president will testify at his impeachment trial, indicating he may attend for the first day of the official hearings, which is scheduled to take place on January 14. Yoon insists he declared martial law to protect the country from anti-state forces sympathetic to the DPRK, though it has since become clear that his motivation had more to do with being a lame duck president, unable to push legislation through a National Assembly controlled by a large opposition party majority. Jack Barton, CGTN, Seoul.
CGTN's Yonhap Mark walks us through South Korea's last 5 weeks of turmoil.
2 presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon Suk-yeol makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launch an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the 3rd president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, it will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theatre fit for a K-drama.
저 아파트 가가지고 계속 여기 아파트가 지금
Hello and welcome to the special live streaming coverage on the ongoing South Korean political crisis. I'm Zheng Chunying, live in Beijing. Well, the arrest deadline for the impeached South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has entered the final day. And the country's anti-corruption agency earlier this morning said that it had asked the police to take over the execution of the arrest warrant of the impeached president. The request comes after the President Yoon managed to file the arrest earlier last Friday following an intense 6-hour standoff between his presidential guards and the country's investigators. And so today we're going to zoom in on the latest development of this ongoing situation in the presidential residence, as well as the potential impact of this unprecedented political crisis in South Korea's modern history. And for more discussions, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Teng Jianchun. He is the director of Diplomacy Study Center in Hunan Normal University. Mr. Teng, great to have you with us. So we just mentioned that the Constitution Court has objected Yoon's arrest warrant. The court has denied the objections to Yoon's arrest warrant, and also at the same time, the execution is now handed over to the police side. So, how do you read this? What does it mean?
This is really a new development of the power struggle or constitutional struggle in ROK, and this time the police department will take consideration on the execution of such order from the court. So I think the situation might be more complicated because of different groups of politicians and different groups of interests in this regard will make full use of the legal process to take the current president to prison. So I think the situation might be more complicated, and the police department has been considering such a shift of the responsibility, and I'm not sure the police department will give such execution of the order from the court to continue to carry out such a task to take the president to prison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Teng. And also, as I just mentioned, the attempted arrest of a sitting president, as well as the clash between state agencies, are unprecedented in South Korea's modern history, which highlighted the divisions among public. So what do you think are some of the reasons triggered this divisions?
Yeah, this is actually an issue of law or constitution in ROK, and the sitting president can make or manipulate the loopholes in the constitution, in the laws against him, and make full use of the advantage as the sitting president because of the bodyguards are still there, and of course as former law worker, I'm sure the sitting president is quite familiar with the loopholes of the constitution and the laws in ROK, and he can do something in this regard, and he will continue to manipulate such a loophole in the constitution and in ROK laws.
Okay, so we just talked about the first arrest warrant, which is going to expire in a couple of hours. And the impeached president has not only ignored the 3 summons to appear for questioning, but it's also seemingly perhaps to avoid an arrest warrant. So what will this go next, and how will this be resolved from your perspective?
Yeah, this time I think we should take 2 elements or 2 areas to think about the development or the future development of the impeachment of the sitting president. Number 1 is the political or power struggle in ROK. Different groups of politicians will take a different attitude towards such impeachment, and of course the politicians in favor of the sitting president will continue their support to Mr. Yoon. And on the oppositional, groups, I think the politicians will continue their efforts to use laws, to use constitutions for their, for their development. So I think at this moment the division or the big gap between the support and between the opposition, will continue, and I'm sure the politicians will make full use or manipulate the constitution or the law of ROK for their own sake.
Yeah, you said that the political struggles and divisions are sure to continue. Do you foresee there would be civil unrest? There would be an increase in civil unrest because of that? Yeah,
it depends on the response from different groups of politicians. If the opposition leaders or this time, I think is a struggle. The politicians just take the advantage of the loopholes of ROK constitution and the laws for their own sake, and also they would like to continue such a struggle in the future. But I think the situation, especially the ordinary people in ROK, may become more and more angry about the current situation of society and the political status in the ROK.
And also, last but not least, we know that amid this unprecedented domestic political crisis, the U.S. Secretary Antony Blinken is now paying a visit in the country. So how do you interpret this timing? What kind of role do you think the U.S. politics will play in this, in South Korea's domestic political crisis?
Yeah, I think it's quite unusual. Blinken only has 2 weeks in office, and it's quite unusual for the Secretary of State of the United States to pay a visit to ROK at this crucial moment. I'm sure the United States, especially Biden administration, will continue the support of the sitting president, and also would like to, mediate the differences between the different groups of politicians in ROK, and even Blinken said there is no direct connection with the current political situation in ROK between his visit and the ROK government. I'm sure the visit will give some support to the sitting president, and the situation may be, become calm for the future, and because the ROK and the United States has been military alliance, and the United States would like to intervene in the domestic politics of ROK for the United States. If you look at the recent 4 years development, especially when Biden took the office as the President of the United States, the United States has enhanced its control of ROK, and the sitting president also has taken a very pro-U.S. position or policy, and ROK and the U.S. military alliance has been more and more in very engaged momentum. So I think the U.S. government, or to say the Biden administration, will continue its support to the sitting president and to the current politicians in favor of the U.S. interests.
Well, and given the fact that U.S. has a role to play in this political crisis, as you just mentioned, do you think the crisis will also impact China-U.S. relations as well?
Yeah, you're right. Because any situation changes in Northeast Asia will give, positive or negative impact on the relations among the regions in this region, between China and the United States, between China and ROK, or even, between the two Koreans. So this time, the situation, especially the constitutional crisis in ROK, can or has already gave some impact on the relations between China and the United States, between China and ROK, or even between the two Koreans, because the political crisis or constitutional crisis in ROK actually has changed a little bit the policies of that country toward China, toward the United States, and that might be another reason for Secretary of State Blinken paid a visit to ROK at such a very sensitive moment.
All right, thanks for your time and insights. We really appreciate it. So that's Mr. Tung Jian-chun, the Director of Diplomacy Studies Center in Hunan Normal University. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Alma?
In South Korea, the Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials has asked the police to handle the execution of an arrest warrant on President Yoon Suk-yeol. The agency has also sought an extension of the warrant, which expires midnight on Monday.
But the request to police has hit a legal snag. Police are also saying it may be difficult to serve the arrest warrant today. The impeached president is under investigation for alleged insurrection and abuse of power.
And for more on that, we go live to our correspondent Yonhap in Seoul for the latest updates. And later we'll also talk to Professor Robert Kelly in the U.S. state of Ohio. Now, let me start with you, Shane. How's that extension request going?
We're learning today that investigators have requested through the police, and the police confirming that they want the police to take charge in the execution and serving of these warrants against President Yoon. The police say they're carrying out an internal review of whether they actually do have the authority to do that. Some people within the police, according to sources through Yonhap news agency, saying that investigators may be shifting the responsibility to the police. We're in a legal gray area, sort of, to speak, but the deputy chief of the CIO is saying that this investigation team will still lead the investigation. It's just that the police will carry out the execution, because we saw on Friday that attempt to serve these warrants against the president. A team of about 100 people were there, led by 20 investigators and 80 law enforcement personnel, but police are more skilled in these sort of tactics and these missions to carry out these warrants. So hopefully they'll be more efficient in being able to do that. Working level talks were underway since Friday. Also, the decision to do this, investigators are saying that they haven't received a response from acting President Choi Sang-mook to cooperate and have the presidential security team comply with these warrants being served. And they didn't receive a request on that, and that's why they have had to make this decision. Yoon's lawyers, however, are saying that continuing these warrants are invalid and illegal, and they've actually filed a complaint against the chief of the CIO with the Seoul Central Prosecutor District's office.
Shane, we can see crowds behind you and people waving banners there. What's been the general opinion, public opinion there of this whole situation and the impact it's been having?
Yeah, ever since we saw these warrants come out, being issued to the CIO, there's been a big presence outside of the residence. The residence is just to my right over here, and you can see over my left shoulder, these are pro-impeachment, anti-President Yoon sort of supporters led by the Korea Confederation Trade Union. And over to my right, there's a group of pro-Yoon supporters, and they've been very vocal. They've been here for the past several days, some even staying here overnight to possibly thwart an attempt, any attempts by investigators to try and enter the compound of the president here. But it just goes to show right now just how polarized society here is. It's a waiting game at this point. We are hearing through Yonhap agency that the prosecutors, or investigators, I should say, may request an extension on this warrant. We haven't received any word yet on whether that has happened yet, because that will have to be through the courts. The courts will decide on whether they will allow this warrant to be extended.
Thank you so much, Yonhap in Seoul. CGTN's Ihad Famak walks us through South Korea's past 5 weeks of turmoil.
Two presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon Suk-yeol makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launched an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the third president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, it will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theatre fit for a K-drama.
And let's bring in our guest now, Robert E. Kelly. He's a professor of political science at Busan National University. Professor Kelly, thank you for waiting and standing by for us. So that's that warrant, half a day left on it, and as our reporter said, it has to go through the court. How likely do you think it is that it will be extended?
I think there's a good possibility of it, although I think what really matters is that it probably won't be executed. You've got a pretty obvious street standoff, right, including the president's security service. I think it's pretty clear at this point for the police to actually get to President Yoon personally, to actually take him into custody, would almost certainly result in street violence, which is what everybody wants to avoid. And so even if there's another warrant issued, I'm not really sure if it could actually be acted on. I think at this point it's pretty clearly a stalemate at the physical location itself.
Professor, do you think Yoon Suk-yeol's legal options are quite limited right now?
Yeah, I do. I think there's really, for example, he's been slapped with a no departure order. He's not allowed to leave the country, for example, right? They worry that he's a flight risk. And, he would have been arrested were it not for his personal security service and supporters physically obstructing him. So, yes, I do. I think his legal options are narrowing pretty rapidly. The Constitutional Court, which has to verify and ratify the impeachment motion, they've already begun deliberations. A South Korean president was impeached 8 years ago for violations far less egregious than declaring martial law without good reason. And so I think it's very likely that the president will be removed in about 2 months.
And you were saying that the stalemate between Yoon's guards and investigators, this is the key here to that warrant being executed. How can it be resolved?
Right.
Who's in charge here?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the big problem, right, is that we're all wondering this, right? Who exactly is running the show? And that's, I think, we don't really know, in part because this is so unprecedented, right? Arresting a sitting president, or a partially sitting president, I suppose. He's impeached, so it's not quite clear if we're supposed to refer to him that way. Arresting a president in office, though, is pretty new. That's never happened in South Korean history before. In other democracies, more generally, it's just the kind of thing that just doesn't happen. Presidents can be arrested after they're impeached and so on. But, this is pretty new legal ground, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing the street struggle, because nobody's quite sure if this is appropriate or not. My own sense is it's probably unnecessary, that the president will be impeached by the court. That impeachment will be verified. So I'm not really sure if we actually need this big street showdown, but, here we are.
Professor, we just talked about Yoon Suk-yeol's legal options, but what about the opposition parties' legal and political options?
Yeah, I think the opposition party at this point, they've basically backed off, or at least they should. Obviously they want the impeachment, but I don't think the opposition will force or really push hard for the execution of the arrest warrant. Again, I'm not really sure that matters so much, because it's really what the Constitutional Court will decide in the next few months that matters. My guess is most people are pretty sure that he'll, in fact, be impeached and removed. Again, his crimes were pretty egregious, right? He tried to suspend constitutional governance for no particularly clear reason, right? And so I think that I think the opposition is pretty comfortable stepping back and simply waiting for this to occur, because it will force an election, and the left will almost certainly win that election quite well. There will be a pretty big mandate in favor of them.
This is definitely turning into quite the saga. And what is it doing to South Korea's reputation? What would you say are the regional and international implications?
I think that's actually one of the reasons why this thing hasn't spun even more out of control, even though it seems like it has, right? I think there's a lot of anxiety among South Korean elites that this thing is going to undercut South Korea's reputation as a reputable trade partner, as a militarily responsible partner of the United States and other countries, that it can be relied on for diplomatic interaction. And I think that's one of the reasons why, the street struggle, if you will, the clash, the standoff in front of the president's residents hasn't spun out of control into actual violence, because I think all parties are really concerned that this thing really escalate and look like, like street conflict, right? Which, and not actually behavior by rule of law. And I think that's kind of an informal red line that is constraining everyone. Certainly the media talks this way in South Korea, right? That there's sort of certain lines we shouldn't cross because, as you said, the reputational effects are high.
Professor, no matter how dramatic the situation is, this is clearly South Korea's internal affairs. So what's U.S. Secretary of State, America's top diplomat, Antony Blinken, trying to achieve through his visit?
I think this is primarily sort of reassurance, that we're still allies. We still support broadly the political outcome so long as it follows a nonviolent path of political process rather than, again, a street confrontation. The U.S. military in South Korea also issued a similar statement, I think like 3 or 4 weeks ago, saying sort of we respect the internal processes of our allies. They work through this difficult struggle, and it's really up to them. And so I think that's really what they're trying to signal here. I think the U.S. government realizes that Yoon has gone beyond the bounds of appropriate liberal democratic behavior, but we, the Americans, don't want a big breach. Right. But I would be highly surprised if the Americans would actually get involved in this in a meaningful way beyond symbolic statements of alliance and solidarity.
On another matter, the DPRK fired a ballistic missile towards the East Sea this morning. How do you read into this? What's the message here?
I don't actually think North Korea is really signaling towards South Korea very much with these tests. Sometimes at the time of like elections, for example, in South Korea or the United States, I think the missile launches are intended to signal a kind of tough deterrent stance. But right now, during South Korean turmoil, it's not really clear to me that North Korea actually benefits from these kinds of things. The North Koreans would like to see Yoon removed. Yoon is a hawk on North Korea. So if anything, the ballistic missile tests kind of reinforce the argument of South Korea's conservatives that you need a tough-minded North Korea hawk in the presidency. So my guess is that this isn't actually a signal. This was actually just a regularly scheduled test, because it actually hurts North Korea's interests in South Korea to do this.
All right, Professor Kelly, thank you so much once again. Really appreciate it. Robert Kelly with the Busan National University.
Hello and welcome to the special live streaming coverage on the ongoing South Korean political crisis. I'm Zheng Chunying live in Beijing. The arrest deadline for the impeached South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol enters the final day, and the country's anti-corruption agency said on Monday that it had asked the police to take over the execution of the arrest warrant for the impeached president. The request comes right after the President Yoon defied an arrest in a tense standoff between his presidential guards and the country's investigators. So today we're going to zoom in on the latest development of this situation in presidential residence and as well as the impacts of this unprecedented political crisis in South Korea's modern history. So now, for more discussion, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Robert Kelly. He is the professor of political science at Pusan National University. So, Mr. Robert, great to have you with us. Let's start with the current situation here. We just mentioned that the first arrest warrant is going to expire in a couple of hours, and now the execution is handed over to the police side. So, what does it mean, first of all?
Sure. I think the big reason why it's been remanded to the police is that the Corruption Investigation Office itself cannot get physical access to the president. They literally cannot lay hands on him and cuff him without wading through several hundred protesters who are actually in front of the president's residence, and also the president's security detail, his personal security detail, right? Something akin to the Secret Service in the United States. And this is unprecedented, right? I mean, as many of us have sort of heard in the media in the last few days, right? I mean, that's why we're having these conversations. It's just not really clear how the government, South Korean government, should respond, right? I mean, should they force their way in there? I mean, some of those people around the president's residence, many of them, in fact, are older people. I mean, they're like 65, 70, and so on. I mean, do you want the police to actually go in and like push these people out of the way? Some of them might fall over. Are you going to have scuffles and stuff like that? Are you going to have violence? Right, and I think this is why ultimately the investigators backed off and said that this just exceeds their ability to handle, and they called in the police. I mean, the police would have to, and that implies basically that the only way to get to President Yoon would be to use force, and I find that highly unlikely. It would be amazing if the police were to wade in there and fight their way through. So I think it's a stalemate that will really stay where it is. I don't really see him being arrested.
I think no matter if he's going to be arrested or not, the attempted arrest and the clash between state agencies are already unprecedented in South Korea's modern history. So I think that also highlighted the deep divisions among the public. So what do you think are some of the main reasons triggering this division?
Yeah, I think that's really the correct interpretation of what's going on. That's my own sense of it too, right? That what you have in Korea is pretty intense partisan polarization, which is to say that the right and the left in South Korea have very distinct and increasingly disparate understandings of what the country should look like, particularly on foreign policy. We saw that in President Yoon's martial law declaration, where he talked about the manipulation. President Yoon is a conservative. He talked about the manipulation of the South Korean left by North Korea. This is an old South Korean conservative concern that South Korean leftists are somehow puppets of North Korea, right? And that kind of polarization makes it difficult for institutions to operate, because institutions require a certain level of consensus about what the rules of the game are, about what appropriate behaviors are. And when right and left pull really, really far apart, it's hard for institutions to bridge those gaps. This is something that we have seen in a lot of other democracies, including in the United States, right? Your viewers may recall that in 2021, Donald Trump supporters tried to prevent his departure from the presidency by attacking the Congress. And this martial law declaration in South Korea is something akin to that. And it's just not clear how institutions can bridge these deep gaps. I mean, quite honestly, they can't. You know, we just have to sort of wait for the standoff to subside.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, the Yoon supporters adopting the "Stop the Steal" slogans that Donald Trump supporters used to question the results of the 2020 presidential election. And also it's interesting that we see Yoon supporters wave two national flags, Korean flag as well as the U.S. Star and Stripes. How do you interpret this?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a tricky question for people who don't really have a lot of exposure to South Korean domestic politics. The South Korean right, South Korean conservatives see South Korea, as part of this a larger American-led order of liberal democratic states, right, sort of working together, and the American alliance helps to root South Korea in this wider democratic community, which makes South Korea distinct from other countries, including China, right? And so when these kinds of moments come up, when really intense political and partisan debate comes up, South Korean conservatives often invoke the American alliance as a symbol of their values and also to a certain extent, I think, their authority, right? The idea is that sort of they are the carriers of the alliance. The alliance is really important to South Korea, and this is true. So South Korean public support for the alliance is very high. It's over 80%. And so in waving the flag, they're kind of invoking the South Korean conservatives' long-standing support for the alliance, whereas the South Korean left has a very mixed position on the alliance. On the one hand, I think they understand it, but on the other hand, I think there's an interpretation that the U.S. alliance is neo-imperial or neo-colonial, that it sort of implies an American manipulation of South Korea, and so that's what the flags represent. They sort of speak to this long-standing cleft between right and left in South Korea over the American presence.
Yeah, so U.S. of course, it has a role to play in the South Koreans' politics, the whole society as well. And it's interesting to see that at the same time, amid such a political crisis, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is now paying a visit to South Korea right now. So how do you interpret this timing? What are some of the reasons behind?
I think it's. Pardon. Yeah, I think it's basically just reassurance. I think it's pretty clear the Americans are not going to involve themselves in the outcome of this crisis. The U.S. military in South Korea signaled this several weeks ago. They released a statement saying we have to give our ally time and space to work out their own internal issues. I think almost every American thinks that's the appropriate thing to do. This isn't like 1968 anymore. The United States isn't going to go in and sort of like tell South Korea how to run its affairs. Those days are long over. I think the Blinken visit basically is to signal to South Koreans that however this thing shakes out, right, and it really is up in the air, right? I mean, you have a street standoff, that however this thing shakes out, the American alliance is still pretty solid. And I think that's correct. I don't really see any big strategic fallout from this. I think most of the impacts of this are economic on the market and internal. But I don't really think that like South Korea is suddenly going to align with North Korea or something like that. That's not going to happen.
And talking about Blinken's visit, how do you think will the current public's discontent of the administration affect his visit?
Well, I would imagine that the South Korean left is probably a little bit uncomfortable with it, right? Again, because of the perception that American involvement in South Korean domestic affairs has this long history going back to the 1950s. I mean, this gets really kind of tangly, right? There are concerns on the South Korean left for a long time that the CIA manipulated South Korean politics. I'm not really sure that's accurate, by the way. But I would imagine that the Blinken visit will be perceived more positively on the right than on the left, in part because I think the South Korean right wants the American government, particularly when Trump returns to the presidency. I think they want the Americans to get involved. They want Trump to get involved and sort of save President Yoon, right? I think that's highly unlikely, but that seems to be their logic, again, as part of the flag-waving thing.
And now let's get back to the South Koreans' domestic politics. It's interesting to see that the presidential security guards, they seem to, to be very determined to stay put and to protect the president. How do you read this? What are some of the reasons behind this loyalty?
Yeah, that is actually a really great question. It's one of the biggest mysteries to come out of the standoff in the last week or so. I think it's understandable that Yoon supporters, right, who the hard right in South Korea, the intense supporters, particularly among South Korea's elderly, the people who believe that North Korea is manipulating the South Korean left. I think it's not surprising that they are protesting in front of his home. You can see those kinds of protests in South Korea on a fairly regular basis, particularly in the capital. So that's nothing new. In fact, I'm actually surprised those numbers are as small as they are. I would have thought there'd be thousands and maybe tens of thousands to block the presence. But the real issue, I think, the institutional issue that you're raising, I think, is a good one, right? Like, why is the Presidential Security Service not respecting what is a duly constituted warrant from a court? And right now, because the police can't and the investigators can't actually get to the president. It's not, we don't really have answers to that question. But that is one of the biggest institutional fault lines that will emerge when this thing is all over. I would imagine that there would be some people who will get fired as a result of this. We just don't know. If I had to imagine that some of it is personal loyalty, these are people who are probably personally close to the president, have been with him for several years. And also it's because, well, as we've discussed, this is all kind of unprecedented. It's not really clear if the court fully has the authority to arrest the president. You know, this never happened before. There's no precedent for this. I also think my own sense is it's kind of excessive. I'm not really sure if the president actually needs to be arrested because the Constitutional Court is going to make the decision about the verification of his impeachment in a few weeks, in a few months at the most. They'll probably find him guilty. They'll probably remove him. So I'm not even sure if it's necessary for him to be arrested. I think they're kind of excessively forcing the issue, right? And that might be also behind the security services pushback, right? That this is going too far, that there's this larger process that's more important anyway.
Yeah, so it's really unprecedented. Last but not least, what kind of effects is this unprecedented crisis having on South Korea's democracy? Because we know that it's a, young and a grassroots democracy. What's your take on that?
I think it will. I think the biggest effects on this, first of all, the biggest effect actually, I think, which hasn't been very much discussed in the news, is economic. I mean, if you look at the South Korean won, for example, it's dropped substantially against foreign currencies, including, I believe, the RMB, but certainly against the dollar. So I think the economic effects are actually probably the most significant. I think foreign investors are going to be quite shaken by this, and there might be some pullback. And you see that already in the falling of the won. The strategic effects, I don't really think there are serious strategic effects. The domestic effects is kind of hard to know. I think probably the most obvious, will be the hardening of political polarization. South Korean conservatives will see this as a coup by the left, which is how South Korean conservatives, I think, particularly the hard right, reads the removal of a previous conservative president by impeachment 8 years ago. I think that's one of the reasons why the South Korean right is fighting this so hard, because I think there's a perception that the South Korean left is using impeachment as a tool to get around elections they don't like. On the South Korean left, I think you're going to see the opposite concern, right? I think you're going to see a perception that South Korean conservative presidents can't be trusted, that they don't follow rule of law, they do whatever they want. Right. And that's what really worries me, is that you've got partisan polarization already in Korea, and this is just going to make it worse. And so elections are going to be more difficult. They're going to be more spiteful. It'll be more difficult to have rule of law when you have an ideological figure in office. It's not good.
All right. Thanks for your time and insight. We really appreciate it. That's Robert Kelly from Pusan University. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Shane here, CGTN reporter with all the latest that's happening here in South Korea involving the political turmoil that has unfolded ever since President Yoon declared martial law back on December 3rd. So just to give you an idea of where I'm standing right now for our viewers to understand, right now I'm in an area here known as Hanam-do, which is geographically it's in the center of the city, and behind me here is facing north, and this main thoroughfare here will lead into the downtown core of Seoul, that part there. And if you look beyond of me over there, you can't see it right now clearly, but that's a protest that's taking place because the presidential residence is just a couple of hundred yards from where I'm standing. So in terms of updating you on all the latest information we're getting in terms of the investigators trying to execute and serve this arrest warrant for President Yoon. Of course, they were unsuccessful on Friday. In doing that, they were met with resistance from the presidential security team as well as military personnel that are permanently stationed at the president's residence there. They were able to get within about 200 meters. What investigators had to do was they had to pull back and regroup, and ever since then, we know now they've been in deliberations with the police to try and figure out a way to re-attempt that issuance of this summons to appear for questioning on charges of insurrection and abuse of power. So the latest we're hearing right now is that the investigators have sent a letter requesting that the police actually take the initiative and take charge of any sort of execution of a warrant. They don't want a repeat of last Friday where we saw 20 investigators from the Corruption Investigation Office and about 800 law enforcement officers, a team of about 100 were met with about resistance from about 200 member staff from the presidential security team, so they were clearly outnumbered. So what investigators here are saying is that it would be more efficient for the police to take the charge because they have experience in carrying out these sort of operations here. So the police have responded now. They say they're carrying out a legal review of where that stands in terms of law enforcement assisting in the execution of a detention warrant against a sitting president. And that's exactly why we're in uncharted territory, unprecedented sort of situation here where a sitting president is on the verge of facing detention and arrest. The CIO, we heard from the deputy chief of the Corruption Investigation Office saying that if the police do take the initiative to carry out this warrant, the CIO will still lead the investigation, and the legal grounds for that, according to South Korean criminal law, basically any sort of execution warrant is conducted under the command of a prosecutor, and law enforcement will carry that out. In this case, the prosecutorial team consists of the Corruption Investigation Office. Another reason they made this decision to have the police take charge is because they believe, or they haven't received a response from the acting president, Choi Sang-mok. They asked him to command or give an order to the presidential security team to comply and cooperate with the execution of these warrants. And that's, again, another gray area because the presidential security service, their sole responsibility is to protect their subject, which is the president. Now, we know because President Yoon has been impeached, that means he's been stripped and suspended of all his presidential duties and responsibilities. That has been now transferred over to, of course, the second acting president we've had in about a month, in Choi Sang-mok. He's not doing that because what the opposition lawmakers are saying is that because he has the presidential duties, he has the authority to, in fact, command and order the presidential security team to pull back or to comply or not at all. So that's kind of the situation we're in right now. Just to give, if you're just tuning in, I want to pull back here and try to zoom in on that rally that's currently taking place. That one you're seeing right now is being led by the Korea Confederation of Trade Unions. It's an umbrella group of several trade unions across the country, and they are in support of President Yoon's impeachment and, of course, his detention and arrest. Just beyond that, a couple hundred yards beyond that crowd you're seeing, is a group of pro-Yoon Suk-yeol supporters, and they are the ones carrying the Korean flags you may have seen on the news alongside American flags. They have signs that say "Stop the Steal," a familiar slogan. If you are familiar with U.S. politics, under incoming President Donald Trump, his supporters have used that slogan to possibly around suspicion on voting irregularities, and that's sort of one of the arguments that President Yoon has made in recent weeks, saying that there were irregularities back in the April general elections that saw this National Assembly, which has really tied him up in any of his policy initiatives moving forward. Now, so it's basically a waiting game at this point. We're seeing a lot of the maneuvering happening in the courts as well. We've also heard from President Yoon's legal team as well. His legal representative saying that he has filed a complaint against the chief of the Corruption Investigation Office with the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, alleging that the CIO has no authority to investigate charges of insurrection. They say that this warrant that's been issued is illegal and invalid. Interestingly enough, they've also filed a complaint against the police chief and the defense minister, both of which are under acting roles at the moment. Both are led by acting heads. And the reason they've done that is because they believe law enforcement, the police, as well as the defense minister in terms of the military, have not been able to provide ample support to the presidential security team in terms of protecting their subject at the moment. So that's kind of where we're in. We are receiving word that the investigators may request an extension. We heard from the deputy chief saying that they may request an extension on that warrant, two warrants in fact. So the one is to detain President Yoon and one is to search the residence of President Yoon. So what their option right now is they have to move within today because the current warrants, they expire at midnight tonight. So their options are to try and execute that warrant, which it doesn't seem likely at this point. They can ask for an extension through the courts, which we've heard from the deputy chief say that would be the case. Another option would be to bypass that and just go for an arrest warrant, go straight to an arrest warrant. But in any case, meanwhile, other updates happening here relevant to the political scandal. We saw U.S. State Secretary Anthony Blinken. He is in Korea right now, and in fact, he's giving, just a moment ago, he was giving a press conference after a meeting with his South Korean counterpart. We've heard some news and some comments and lines coming out of that meeting with Blinken, Secretary Blinken saying that he has complete confidence in the U.S.-South Korea alliance. This visit was to really try to see where the relationship is at this point under an acting president. Both sides have tried to make it a point to show that the relations are still ironclad and there's still a very strong sort of initiative by the military in terms of deterring threats from outside. So in a way, you could say this is more of a symbolic meeting. It's the first high-profile visit from a U.S. representative since, of course, martial law was issued back on December 3rd. We remember back in December, there was supposed to be a visit by the defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, which was canceled in the midst, of course, with the martial law order and the lifting of it and the subsequent impeachment of President Yoon and Prime Minister Han Duck-soo as well. But we've heard from the U.S. side also through Secretary Clinton saying that he's ready to fully resume diplomatic and security schedules through both sides. And also, Choi Sang-mok is hoping for close cooperation with the incoming U.S. administration as well. He held a meeting this morning with his with officials from the finance ministry and also economic officials this morning. He led that to show asking officials to be in close cooperation with the incoming U.S. administration and Donald Trump because there are many things to prepare for. Choi Sang-mok obviously being a man with a background in finance, he's made it a point that his main focus is to make sure that the situation here right now, both politically and economically, are stable so that you see this continuous sort of stability for either investors or for any allies that South Korea currently might have uncertainty or doubt as to who is currently in the leadership role in South Korea right now. So Cho Sang-mok has said that he will continue to lead these meetings on a weekly basis for the foreseeable future, because of course the economy and trade relations with the U.S. are very important. We know that Donald Trump has indicated trade protectionist sort of policies, which for an export-driven economy like South Korea is very important. So in any case, you're still seeing, if we get back to the political sort of situation here, this presence of supporters, both pro and anti-President Yoon. They're continuing to be here. They've stayed here many overnights to show their support for their cause, and we'll continue to update you on all the latest in the South Korean political saga that's unfolding now for the past month plus, and continues for the foreseeable future. So signing off, this is Yonhap for CGTN, Seoul, South Korea.
당연히 윤석열 내란숙에는 체포될 것이라고 생각을 하고요.
체포도 반대하고 대통령이 비상계엄할 수 있는 권한이 있는 거고 그걸 갖다가 왈가왈부한다 하는 자체가 그건 있을 수 없는 일이에요.
모든 사항들이 어려운 사항들인데 일국의 대통령인데 그러나 제가 나오기 전에 탄핵을 운운하면서 탄핵이다 하고 그 다음에 이제 구속을 시키겠다 또 대통령에서 내려오라 하는 부분들은 잘못됐다고 봅니다.
그건 말도 안 되는 이야기예요. 상식적으로 있을 수 없는 일들이 이 나라에 벌어지고 있다니.
대통령 체포영장이라는 말은 잘못됐다고 생각하고 내란수개범 체포영장이라는 말이 바르다고 생각하고 너무나 당연한 것이라고 생각합니다.
그래도 체포라 그러지만은 제가 있다 그러면은 당연히 체포하고 법률적으로 해야 되는데 아직까지 제에 대해서 판결이 나오지 않은 상태잖아요. 국회의원들은 그래 했지만은 헌재라든가 이런 게 나왔다면 제가 나오면은 그 이제 구속을 하고 죄를 지어야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
너무 진짜 부끄럽기도 하고 그럼에도 불구하고 이런 글을 봤어요. 외국분이 한국 국민들이 민주주의를 다시 바로 세우는 속도가 회사 복사기 고치는 속도보다 빠르더라라는 글을 보면서 웃었던 웃기면서도 슬펐던 기억이 있는데요.
이 사태를 볼 때 근데 윤 대통령이 죄를 지었던 죄를 짓지 않았던 또 여당이든 야당이든 일국의 대통령이니까 서로 화합해가지고 나라를 위해서 생각하는 사람들은 거의 없다고 봐요. 여당이든 야당이든 자기 당만 생각하는 것 같은데
우리나라 국회의원들은 한 번만 해야 되지 두 번 이상 하면 전부 다 도둑놈 다 되는 세상이다. 지금까지는 전부 다 돈 나눠 묻고 뭐 또 어떤 사안에 대해서 이권에 대해서 돈을 주고받고 우리 눈에 안 보이게 일반 국민들은 자기들 먹고 살기 바빠가 세상 왜 돌아가는지도 잘 모르고 이런 실정이다.
이후에 한 발 한 발 진행되는 상황에 대해서도 우리 국민들 절대 좌시하지 않고 똑바로 두 눈 뜨고 바라보면서 대한민국의 민주주의가 올바른 길로 나아갈 수 있도록 한 명 한 명이 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
서로 양보하고 화합했으면 좋겠습니다.
내가 볼 때는 대통령을 탄핵하는 그 자체도 잘못된 일이고 법적으로는 여러 가지로 예를 들어 이성적인 생각을 가지고 사태를 갖다가 처음부터 끝까지 상세하게 파악을 하면 누구든지 판단할 수 있는 거라.
사실 정치 무슨 상관이야 라고 생각을 했는데 그래서 이렇게 되었나 많이 후회를 하게 됐어요. 앞으로는 그런 안일한 생각하지 않고
저는 지금까지 살아오면서 어느 정도는 많이 살아왔는데 지금 10대, 20대, 30, 40대를 보면 나라의 모든 것이 암울하다는 거죠. 그럼 서로 화합해가 갔으면 좋겠고 저희들은 살아왔는 있지만은 조금 더 화합했으면 좋겠다 이겁니다.
영향은 분명히 미치죠. 미치는데 내가 볼 때는 사람이 사람답게 살아야 되지.
체포에 대해서는 적법한 절차에 의해서 이루어졌다고 생각을 하지만 지금 윤석열의 지지자 측의 그런 무차별한 난동과 그리고 그런 적법하지 않은 대처들이 저는 정말 문제라고 생각을 합니다.
당연히 잡아가야 된다고 생각을 하고 지금 속도가 너무 느리다고 생각을 합니다. 왜냐하면 조금 있다가 대형 집회가 예고되어 있는데 빨리 잡아가지 않으면 괜히 이쪽 집회랑 저쪽의 지지자들 집회랑 충돌하게 되고 쓸데없는 소요를 일어나게 된다고 생각을 해요.
대통령이 비상계엄한 거는 당연히 그 대통령 권한에 있는 거고 불법이 아닌데 이거를 내란이라고 임의로 확정짓고 체포한다는 건 있을 수 없는 일이라고 생각합니다.
저는 이게 굉장히 역사적으로나 세계적으로나 드문 일인 것은 맞지만 지금 대통령을 체포하지 않으면은 지금 내란으로 인해서 전국이 불안정하고 국민의 안전도 위협을 많이 받는 상황이기 때문에 체포는 이례적인 일이긴 하지만 꼭 필요한 일이라고 생각을 합니다.
개인적으로 본인이 빨리 받아들이고 내려왔으면 될 일을 체포까지 질질 끌지 않았나. 검찰 출신이었으면 법에 대해서 잘 알 텐데.
전 세계적으로 참 대한민국이 부끄러워지는 사건인데 이건 있어서는 안 될 사건입니다.
일단 저와 같은 경우는 저는 대학원생인데 지금 학업을 약간 좀 소홀히 할 수밖에 없는 게 지금 집회에 계속 자주 나가게 되고 그리고 다른 사람들도 직장인들도 지금 모두 다 업무를 못하고 다 뉴스를 볼 정도로 지금 사람들이 많이 불안해하는 정도가 되었습니다.
거의 잠을 못 잤죠. 밤에 잠을 못 자고 무슨 일이 또 있을까 봐.
빨리 이게 국난이 극복돼서 우리가 마음 놓고 자유스러운 생활을 할 수 있게 되면 좋겠습니다.
우리 민주청 대구지역본부 현국장님 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 같이 한번 해볼게요. 시작해요. 손을 꽁꽁꽁, 발을 꽁꽁꽁, 윤석열을 꽁꽁꽁.
세상을 아름답게 하는 여러
Well, the arrest deadline for the impeached South Korean President Yoon has entered the final day. And the country's anti-corruption agency earlier this morning said that it had asked the police to take over the execution of the arrest warrant of the impeached president. The request comes after the President Yoon managed to file the arrest earlier last Friday following an intense 6-hour standoff between his presidential guards and the country's investigators. And so today we're going to zoom in on the latest development of this ongoing situation in the presidential residence, as well as the potential impact of this unprecedented political crisis in South Korea's modern history. And for more discussions, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Tung Jian-chun. He is the director of Diplomacy Study Center in Hunan Normal University. Mr. Tung, great to have you with us. So we just mentioned that the Constitution Court has objected Yoon's arrest warrant. The court has denied the objections to Yoon's arrest warrant, and also at the same time, the execution is now handed over to the police side. So, how do you read this? What does it mean?
This is really a new development of the power struggle or constitutional struggle in ROK, and this time the police department will take consideration on the execution of such order from the court. So I think the situation might be more complicated because of different groups of politicians and different groups of interests in this regard. We are make full use of the legal process to take the current president to prison. So I think the situation might be more complicated, and the police department has been considering such a shift of the responsibility, and I'm not sure the police department will give such execution of the order from the court to continue to carry out such a task to take the president to prison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tung. And also, as I just mentioned, the attempted arrest of a sitting president, as well as the clash between state agencies, are unprecedented in South Korea's modern history, which highlighted the divisions among public. So what do you think are some of the reasons triggered these divisions?
Yeah, this is actually an issue of law or constitution in ROK, and the sitting president can make or manipulate the loopholes in the constitution, in the laws against him, and make full use of the advantage as the sitting president because of the bodyguards are still there, and of course as former law worker, I'm sure the sitting president is quite familiar with the loopholes of the constitution and the laws in ROK, and he can do something in this regard, and he will continue to manipulate such a loophole in the constitution and in ROK laws.
Okay, so we just talked about the first arrest warrant, which is going to expire in a couple of hours. And the impeached president has not only ignored the 3 summons to appear for questioning, but it's also seemingly perhaps to avoid an arrest warrant. So what will this go next, and how will this be resolved from your perspective?
Yeah, this time I think we should take 2 elements or 2 areas to think about the development or the future development of the impeachment of the sitting president. Number 1 is the political or power struggle in ROK. Different groups of politicians will take a different attitude towards such impeachment, and of course the politicians in favor of the sitting president will continue their support to Mr. Yoon. And on the opposition groups, I think the politicians will continue their efforts to use laws, to use constitutions for their, for their development. So I think at this moment the division or the big gap between the support and between the opposition, I mean, will continue, and I'm sure the politicians will make full use or manipulate the constitution or the law of ROK for their own sake.
Yeah, you said that the political struggles and divisions are sure to continue. Do you foresee there would be civil unrest? There would be an increase in civil unrest because of that?
Yeah, it depends on the response from different groups of politicians. If the opposition leaders or this time, I think is a struggle. The politicians just take the advantage of the loopholes of ROK constitution and the laws for their own sake, and also they would like to continue such a struggle in the future. But I think the situation, especially the ordinary people in ROK, may become more and more angry about the current situation of society and the political status in the ROK.
And also, last but not least, we know that amid this unprecedented domestic political crisis, the U.S. Secretary Antony Blinken is now paying a visit in the country. So how do you interpret this timing? What kind of role do you think the U.S. politics will play in this, in South Korea's domestic political crisis?
Yeah, I think it's quite unusual. Blinken only has 2 weeks in office, and it's quite unusual for the Secretary of State of the United States to pay a visit to ROK at this crucial moment. I'm sure the United States, especially Biden administration, will continue the support of the sitting president, and also would like to, mediate the differences between the different groups of politicians in ROK, and even Blinken said there is no direct connection with the current political situation in ROK between his visit and the ROK government. I'm sure the visit will give some support to the sitting president, and the situation may be, become calm for the future, and because the ROK and the United States has been military alliance, and the United States would like to intervene in the domestic politics of ROK for the United States. If you look at the recent 4 years development, especially when Biden took the office as the President of the United States, the United States has enhanced its control of ROK, and the sitting president also has taken a very pro-U.S. position or policy, and ROK and the U.S. military alliance has been more and more in very engaged momentum. So I think the U.S. government, also say the Biden administration, will continue its support to the sitting president and to the current politicians in favor of the U.S. interests.
Well, and given the fact that U.S. has a role to play in this political crisis, as you just mentioned, do you think the crisis will also impact China-U.S. relations as well?
Yeah, you're right. Because any situation changes in Northeast Asia will give positive or negative impact on the relations among the regions in this region, between China and the United States, between China and ROK, or even between the two Koreas. So this time, the situation, especially the constitutional crisis in ROK, can or has already gave some impact on the relations between China and the United States, between China and ROK, or even between the two Koreas, because the political crisis or constitutional crisis in ROK actually has changed a little bit the policies of that country toward China, toward the United States, and that might be another reason for Secretary of State Blinken paid a visit to ROK at such a very sensitive moment.
All right, thanks for your time and insights. We really appreciate it. So that's Mr. Tung Jian-chun, the Director of Diplomacy Studies Center in Honan Normal University. Thank you.
And thank you for joining our ongoing coverage of the political turmoil in South Korea. Again, you're watching live coverage on CGTN. Now we have our colleague and friend Shen Shiwei, who is standing by at the South Korea at the capital Incheon Airport of South Korea. Shiwei, thank you so much for joining us live here. We've witnessed, since yesterday, we saw investigators attempt to enter the presidential residence to execute that arrest warrant, but they were unable to do that. Now, having said that, looking back, it has been 1 month. Can you help us, first of all, understand the timing behind all this, and why did they begin their efforts now when the deadline isn't until Monday?
Okay, so actually now I'm here at the Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea, and so all this political crisis or turmoil in South Korea is about the timing, and the timing. So one of the important reasons is most of the protest happens during the weekend, and so that's why for the CIO they have choose Friday as the working day to conduct this kind of attempt arrest of the now suspended president Yoon. But we can see that one of the important reasons is to show that the CIO is going to implement some kind of activities, and also to show the president has failed to meet its commitment that they will cooperate with the legal department and other inquiries, because previously for the now suspended President Yoon, they have agreed that they will cooperate with the legal procedure. But what we had seen yesterday, that there are some supporters of the now suspended president, they have blocked the investigators to enter and to have this kind of some virtue or quarrels. So they want to show. So for the CIO, they want to show the president has, the now suspended president has failed its commitment. And the other reason is that the CIO has sent a request to the now acting president to give a direct order to the security guards who are in the presidential office, the president's residence, to have more cooperate with the CIO investigators. So they need, for CIO office, they need some time to prepare. So that's why we see why the CIO conducted this arrest on Friday rather than weekend. So it's all about timing.
That's a very good point. I know you've been following all such geopolitical tensions for a long time, especially for the Korean Peninsula. So could this situation create any risks, any dangerous risks, of North Korea perceiving an opportunity for aggression, you think? And what might this mean for a broader dynamics on the Korean Peninsula?
I think that from my observation in Seoul, there would not be any conflict between the North Korea and the South Korea, especially along the border areas, because I have been here from the New Year, the day one of the New Year, and a lot of places actually in Seoul is still calm, especially but for the presidential residence in Yongsan and also in Gwanghwamun, there are some protests. But for the border areas, like the Panmunjom, they still have some tourists that they go there. So for the North Korea, so of course they are still carefully following the situation in South Korea, because the political turmoil will still continue for months, because now we have this the constitutional court to have their judgment, and also the CIO will continue their efforts, because now they are still trying to persuade the acting president to give direct order to the security guard at the presidential residence. And also for the North Korea, they're still watching who will win the upcoming election, because after the constitutional court give the judges, and according to the legal procedure in South Korea, they will organize a presidential election in the coming months. So probably some local politician observers told me that probably they will have the presidential election in May or June in summertime. So we still have months to observe. And for the North Korea, we have seen very interesting points that in the New Year celebration, there are not so much celebration here in Seoul. One is about the current political turmoil. The other is about the early plane crash. But we can see there was a huge celebration in Pyongyang with the Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. And so for the upcoming months, it will be a very crucial for the relations between the North and the South, and especially for the South. We have heard that the U.S. Secretary Blinken will come in the coming days, and there's some also rumors that the Japanese Foreign Minister will also come to Seoul to coordinate the U.S.-Japan South Korea alliance. So in the coming days, that will be pretty crucial for the domestic politics in South Korea, and also its foreign relations, especially now for the top leaders in the military. There will be definitely there will be a reshuffle, and a lot of people will face the charges from the court. And in the coming days, that will be very crucial for South Korea.
Totally, I completely agree with you. It's so early to tell, what's this gonna be, and we just have to, unfolding the story, and it goes to wait and see what's going on next.
Yes, there are a lot to see in the coming days.
Thank you so much, Shi Wei. I hope you had a safe flight back home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. And yes, you ask a very good and important question. What happens next? Because everything that's unfolding at the moment is incredibly unprecedented. Having the Corruption Investigation Office turn up to try to detain a sitting president, an impeached sitting president, but then to be turned away or greeted by the equivalent of security staff, special forces, and then having citizens on side as well, it all feels like something from a movie. I think there's a couple of points that we should make before we look at what happens next. The first is that this is all taking place in physical locations. We have the politics of space coming back to real life. A lot of discourse these days seems to be taking place online. We talk about how sort of bots and social media is affecting politics all around the world. What you're seeing in South Korea right now is supporters of the president and people opposing the president, as well as investigative bodies, as well as policemen, all taking to the streets and trying to command certain areas of the city. Now, this all used to take place in Gwanghwamun, or previously Yeouido. Now, this is all taking place in Hanamdong, and people are congregating there to try to support their team. It's really interesting that this is all taking place in incredibly cold temperatures. You feel for the people that are out there. And also, we must admit that there's been no violence so far. But it's not just the violence that I'm personally worried about. South Korea has been no stranger to tragedies and disasters recently, and we have tens of thousands of people from all sides descending on a place in the city that's not normally used to that kind of traffic. So that's one thing that we really need to look out for. In terms of will they try to arrest President Yoon again, I'm sure if they do have plans, they'll be keeping them close to our chest. We can probably predict, however, that President Yoon will retain his stance so far and mobilize the people outside trying to support him by calling those coming for him anti-state forces, which is very incendiary language.
Yeah, how do you think the standoff reflect the current state of South Korea's political institutions? I mean, yesterday We saw a dramatic showdown between police officers and investigators. They were clashing with the presidential security services. It was quite a chaotic scene. And amid all this, do you believe that South Korea's institutions are functioning as they should?
I think the country is so incredibly divided at the moment, and we can see that. I would like to reiterate that protests in South Korea during the 1970s, 1980s, even back as the 60s, these featured guns, bullets, tear gas, Molotov cocktails. They were not places that people wanted to be. And now at least South Korea has gone past that. These are not like sort of protests we would see in other parts of the world which seem dangerous. Here, we can say that they are at least safe. Now, we need to remember another piece of context. The country is meant to be in a period of 7 days mourning for those that tragically lost their lives in an airplane crash. Elsewhere, people are meant to be looking forward to 2025, the year of the snake, with hope and revitalized views towards the new year and the sun that comes. And instead, we see this friction at the highest level of politics. These are people that are meant to inspire the population, to lead us forward with messages of hope. And yet we see such division. South Korea has long been a country that prides itself on pragmatism, that whatever might happen, it moves forward and it gets things done. And it's very proudly shared its story of modernization, democratization, and then finally this cultural revolution with the whole world falling in love with K-pop and K-dramas. It's always moved forward and got things done. But now, with its politics and its legislative structures, just at loggerheads here, it's really almost impossible to see how things move forward, because both sides seem as if they are not for turning.
Yeah, and if President Yoon is detained, what steps will the anti-corruption agency take next? What legal actions might Yoon's legal team pursue against the agency?
Yeah, and this is all getting really difficult. The Corruption Investigation Office, that was established by the previous president, President Moon, of the opposition party. And we've had this idea with the Constitutional Court requiring 9 judges, but only having 6 at the time. And a couple of those will be stepping down. Everybody's looking into the Constitution books. Everybody's consulting lawyers and saying, what happens? Because it's so unprecedented. I can't see President Yoon willingly giving himself up at the moment. If he did, it would be a very big about turn from the position that he's taken. We've seen that he almost might be trying to appeal to sentiments elsewhere. We've seen American flags being flown in support of President Yoon. It's almost as if he's trying to lean on American precedents in order to secure his position. On the other hand, the opposition party, they've been emboldened. They have a National Assembly majority, and they're really pushing through anything and everything that they can to get at the president. What's been interesting is that for the opposition party, we've seen more and more organizations come to their aid. We've seen the Women's Party, the Justice Party, labor movements. They're all coming out in support. And so at the moment, while the legal mechanisms are taking place, we also need to be cognizant of the people, because they have often decided South Korean politics. We call it the gust of popular feeling that blows through the country. This is very much a people-driven thing, more so than the point of law, many people would argue in the past. It's a populist country, and we need to see what happens with the people. Will they still be there on Monday? Will they still be there on Tuesday? Or will they return back to work? South Korea is a country in which things generally move very fast, so I'm very interested to see what happens early next week.
Yeah, things are developing very fast. What about the impeachment trial? Let me get your take on this. So South Korea's Constitutional Court has scheduled a formal trial for Yoon's impeachment on January 14th. What could be the possible outcomes, and what are the next steps for President Yoon?
Yeah. Again, it's a very good question. South Korea has gone through this process twice before, so this is a fascinating thing that we feel it's so unprecedented. But 2 sitting South Korean presidents have been impeached before. One was President Roh Moo-hyun back in around 2006 and 7, and the result of that he was let go and he was allowed to continue and see out his term. And then as recently as 2016, President Park Geun-hye, she was impeached, and ultimately she was sentenced to a very long prison prison sentence, around 20 to 30 years. And so it could go either way. We need to look at the judges that have been recently appointed and pushed through by the opposition majority in the National Assembly. But whether Yoon is impeached or not, we don't know, because there's history of it going to both sides. It feels like for the beginning of this period, all the public attention was on getting Yoon out, but it seems like Yoon supporters have been emboldened. They've got their voice by things not moving forward. I think it's fundamentally important, however, that while the people do take to the streets and they do have their voice, and that's a wonderful thing, that the rule of law be followed, because that will set the precedent for whatever happens next. Korean politics is very loud, and they are cognizant of the people's voices, but the rule of law must be fundamentally important, and it mustn't be judged on emotional grounds. And all our eyes are on the Constitutional Court and this impeachment to see what verdict they might bring when they can finally get round to sitting on this case and going through with it.
Wow, 3 presidents have been impeached in about 20 years. That's just remarkable. Can you also elaborate on the implications of this political crisis for South Korea's future? I mean, how might it affect the upcoming elections and the overall political landscape in the country?
Yeah, again, very good questions. I'd like to point to something else, if I may, which is the embarrassment and shame that some South Korean people have felt while this has all happened. And I'm talking specifically about the enacting of martial law, the subsequent impeachment, and everything else that has happened since. South Korea has worked very hard to project an image onto the world stage in which it becomes recognized. It's often stood in the shadows of far larger countries like China and Japan, and it's really sought recognition from global actors. Many people ignored it, and we have Pyongyang that often gets more news headlines. South Korea finally achieved global recognition. People looked at the country and said, this is a cool country. It was a model of democracy in East Asia, and it was capable of producing cultural products that people as far away as Argentina or Mexico, Saudi Arabia, the Philippines would look upon with so much affection. And then in a crazy week or so, all of that image that they spent so long to build has almost, I don't want to say it's been destroyed, but it's been really badly damaged. And so many South Korean people here, they feel ashamed of what's happening. They feel embarrassed by what's happening because how people outside the country will look on them. It's going to have huge effects in the economy, in the politics. We're already hearing stories about deliveries not going through because parts of the capital city they're almost shut down while people are there. So psychologically, economically, politically, we can't really underestimate the implications of this. And unfortunately, as of yet, we don't even know where it's going as we wait and see for future developments.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking the time talking to us. We really appreciate your insights and analysis. Professor Tiz, a great
The ongoing South Korean political crisis. I'm Zheng Chunying live in Beijing. The arrest deadline for the impeached South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol enters the final day, and the country's anti-corruption agency said on Monday that it had asked the police to take over the execution of the arrest warrant for the impeached president. The request comes right after the President Yoon defied an arrest in a tense standoff between his presidential guards and the country's investigators. So today we're going to zoom in on the latest development of this situation in presidential residence and as well as the impacts of this unprecedented political crisis in South Korea's modern history. So now, for more discussion, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Robert Kelly. He is the professor of political science at Pusan National University. So, Mr. Robert, great to have you with us. Let's start with the current situation here. We just mentioned that the first arrest warrant is going to expire in a couple of hours, and now the execution is handed over to the police side. So what does it mean, first of all?
Sure. I think the big reason why it's been remanded to the police is that the Corruption Investigation Office itself cannot get physical access to the president. They literally cannot lay hands on him and cuff him without wading through several hundred protesters who are actually in front of the president's residence, and also the president's security detail, his personal security detail, right? Something akin to the Secret Service in the United States. and this is unprecedented, right? I mean, as many of us have sort of heard in the media in the last few days, right? I mean, that's why we're having these conversations. It's just not really clear how the government, South Korean government, should respond, right? I mean, should they force their way in there? I mean, some of those people around the president's residence, many of them, in fact, are older people. I mean, they're like 65, 70, and so on. I mean, do you want the police to actually go in and like push these people out of the way? Some of them might fall over. Are you going to have scuffles and stuff like that? Are you going to have violence? Right, and I think this is why ultimately the investigators backed off and said that this just exceeds their ability to handle, and they called in the police. I mean, the police would have to, and that implies basically that the only way to get to President Yoon would be to use force, and I find that highly unlikely. It would be amazing if the police were to wade in there and fight their way through. So I think it's a stalemate that will really stay where it is. I don't really see him being arrested.
I think no matter if he's going to be arrested or not, the attempted arrest and the clash between state agencies are already unprecedented in South Korea's modern history. So I think that also highlighted the deep divisions among the public. So what do you think are some of the main reasons triggering this division?
Yeah, I think that's really the correct interpretation of what's going on. That's my own sense of it too, right? That what you have in Korea is pretty intense partisan polarization, which is to say that the right and the left in South Korea have very distinct and increasingly disparate understandings of what the country should look like, particularly on foreign policy. We saw that in President Yoon's martial law declaration, where he talked about the manipulation. President Yoon is a conservative. He talked about the manipulation of the South Korean left by North Korea. This is an old South Korean conservative concern that South Korean leftists are somehow puppets of North Korea, right? And that kind of polarization makes it difficult for institutions to operate, because institutions require a certain level of consensus about what the rules of the game are, about what appropriate behaviors are. And when right and left pull really, really far apart, it's hard for institutions to bridge those gaps. This is something that we have seen in a lot of other democracies, including in the United States, right? Your viewers may recall that in 2021, Donald Trump supporters tried to prevent his departure from the presidency by attacking the Congress. And this martial law declaration in South Korea is something akin to that. And it's just not clear how institutions can bridge these deep gaps. I mean, quite honestly, they can't. You know, we just have to sort of wait for the standoff to subside.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, the Yoon supporters adopting the "Stop the Steal" slogan that Donald Trump the supporters used to question the results of the 2020 presidential election. And also it's interesting that we see Yoon supporters wave two national flags, a Korean flag as well as the U.S. Star and Stripes. How do you interpret this?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a tricky question for people who don't really have a lot of exposure to South Korean domestic politics. The South Korean right, South Korean conservatives see South Korea, as part of this a larger American-led liberal order of liberal democratic states, right, sort of working together. And the American alliance helps to root South Korea in this wider democratic community, which makes South Korea distinct from other countries, including China, right? And so when these kinds of moments come up, when really intense political and partisan debate comes up, South Korean conservatives often invoke the American alliance as a symbol of their values, and also to a certain extent, I think, their authority, right? The idea is that sort of they are the carriers of the alliance. The alliance is really important to South Korea, and this is true. So South Korean public support for the alliance is very high. It's over 80%. And so in waving the flag, they're kind of invoking the South Korean conservatives' long-standing support for the alliance, whereas the South Korean left has a very mixed position on the alliance. On the one hand, I think they understand it, but on the other hand, I think there's an interpretation that the U.S. alliance is neo-imperial or neo-colonial, that it sort of implies an American manipulation of South Korea, and so that's what the flags represent. They sort of speak to this long-standing cleft between right and left in South Korea over the American presence.
Yeah, so U.S. of course, it has a role to play in the South Koreans' politics, the whole society as well. And it's interesting to see that at the same time, amid such a political crisis, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is now paying a visit to South Korea right now. So how do you interpret this timing? What are some of the reasons behind?
I think Yeah, I think it's basically just reassurance. I think it's pretty clear the Americans are not going to involve themselves in the outcome of this crisis. The U.S. military in South Korea signaled this several weeks ago. They released a statement saying we have to give our ally time and space to work out their own internal issues. I think almost every American thinks that's the appropriate thing to do. This isn't like 1968 anymore. The United States isn't going to go in and sort of like tell South Korea how to run its affairs. Those days are long over. I think the Blinken visit basically is to signal to South Koreans that however this thing shakes out, right, and it really is up in the air, right? I mean, you have a street standoff. That however this thing shakes out, the American alliance is still pretty solid, and I think that's correct. I don't really see any big strategic fallout from this. I think most of the impacts of this are economic on the market and internal. But I don't really think that like South Korea is suddenly going to align with North Korea or something like that. That's not going to happen.
And talking about Blinken's visit, how do you think will the current public's discontent of the administration affect his visit?
Well, I would imagine that the South Korean left is probably a little bit uncomfortable with it, right? Again, because of the perception that American involvement in South Korea.
Lawyer also said the warrant was illegal and he will file a complaint seeking an investigation into the CIO chief. Over the weekend, Yoon's supporters camped outside the presidential residence in protest against the warrant. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Police has hit a legal snag, and police say it may be difficult to serve the warrant today. Yoon is facing a second arrest attempt after the first attempt on Friday failed. It was blocked by the Presidential Security Service. Yoon's lawyer also said the warrant was illegal and he will file a complaint seeking an investigation into the CIO chief. Over the weekend, Yoon's supporters camped outside the presidential residence in protest against the warrant. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and his South Korean counterpart hold talks in Seoul. They have condemned a missile test by the DPRK, accusing it of violating UN Security Council resolutions. Reports say Blinken's visit seeks to encourage stability in South Korea. For more insights, we are joined by Yang Xiyu via on the line, the Senior Fellow of the China Institute of International Studies. Hello, Mr. Yang. So the arrest warrant is due to expire today. How challenging would it be to obtain a new warrant? What additional conditions must be met to reissue the warrant, though?
But on the surface, the challenge surrounding the impeachment process lies in the differences, sharp differences, and the argument and the struggles between the opposition and the ruling parties. But now, in the nature, the challenge lies in the laws and the laws enforcement mechanism itself. What we have seen is the struggles between the different forces in the same state machines based on different legal argumentations. That reflects not only the legal issues, but also reflects the deeper and the wider divisions between the political forces, not only within the political institution, say parties and the governments, agencies, different agencies, but also wider and deeper divisions among the whole society, among the whole mass. Such a challenge, I think, will further complicate the process of the impeachment. In other words, no matter what's the destination of President Yoon, the near future of the South Korean's political structure and the political order has been stirred with a very unpredictable development.
Well, Mr. Yang, given the CIO's failure to arrest Yoon, what are the strategic considerations of both the ruling and opposition parties moving forward?
Well, I think this is really key questions facing both sides. For the office side, if they failed the process of arresting the president, that will mean the failure of the enforcement of the process of the impeachment. But by the same token, if the anti-impeachment process failed and let the President Yoon came under the arrest, although it's temporary, that will mean the further failure of the anti-impeachment will come. Therefore, such a technical legal disputes and differences really indicates the failure or success for both sides. Just because this key point, both sides has no any room to compromise. What we see will either the extension of the warrant, and then the president was taken by the office, or the office side with the opposition party given up the efforts. That will make a turning point for the whole process of impeachment.
Thank you so much for insights. That was Yang Xiyu online. He is a senior fellow of the China Institute of International Studies. Thank you. Meanwhile, my colleague Ehrard Vermag walks us through South Korea's past 5 weeks of turmoil.
Two presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon Suk-yeol makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launch an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the third president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, it will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theatre fit for a K-drama.
Good afternoon from CGTN Beijing headquarters. We continue our special program on the political crisis in South Korea. I'm your host, Jo Jiaxin. Theoretically, Monday would be the final day effective for the arrest warrant against South Korea's impeached president, Yoon. It is the first time in the country's modern history to arrest a sitting president. The execution, however, has been halted due to the tense standoff outside the presidential residence in the heart of Seoul, where the enduring protest movements continue since Friday. Now, the anti-corruption agency asked the police to enforce the arrest, and the big trouble for Yoon still remains, as we know that the ongoing case against him in the Constitutional Court, which is likely to remove the president from power for good over the alleged insurrection and abuse of power related to his martial law declaration on December 3rd. So will the arrest be still possible, and where the political crisis is heading, and how much the East Asian countries' geopolitical interest at stake? Joining me for this following hours of discussions are experts and also correspondents in China and South Korea. But first, we start with our Professor Yan Xiyu, Senior Fellow at the China Institute of International Studies. Welcome to the show, Professor Yan.
My pleasure.
Hi,
my pleasure.
We understand that Yoon's lawyer has insisted the warrant was unconstitutional and saying the anti-corruption office has no authority to investigate any case involving insurrection allegations. And given this contradiction, is there any chance that the police now take over the execution, and would the arrest warrant be extended?
Practically, the police forces is hard to implement what they want, say arrest President Yoon, simply because of the very complicated struggles, legal struggles between the two sides. You have mentioned the legal basis or legal argumentation from Yoon's team, but by the same token, the police forces or the opposition party political forces also have a very strong legal argumentation. So what we have seen, the struggle between different governmental agencies in the same government institution based on different legal argumentations. Therefore, the focus of the impeachment process has been shifted from the impeaching process itself into the legal disputes. That means the struggle is going to more complicated, uncertain, unpredictable track with different destination of the process.
Okay, so
and yeah,
please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, that is the purpose of Yoon's team tactics. Originally, as we know, the fight or the struggle focused on pushing forward the impeachment process and the anti-impeachment process. That is the focus previously. But now, Yoon's team, to some degree, successfully shifted the focus from the impeachment process to legal struggles or legal disputes, simply because the more legal disputes, the less pressures on the impeachment process on the Yoon's team. That is why I believe and I predict the following contradictions or argumentations will lie in the legal disputes rather than the within the process of the impeachment. If the whole process have the different focus on the legal disputes, that will mean the impeachment has been following a very unpredictable process with no results in short period. That is that will favor it for President Yoon's team, because the more complicated process, the longer time for the process, the better for resistance against the impeachment efforts. That is a nightmare of the opposition party, but that is exactly what the ruling party want. So the process, a different direction of the process really reflects the desirement of the different parties and the different political figures.
So again, at the scene, I mean, outside the presidential residence, we see demonstrations either supporting the president, the impeached president, or asking for the immediate arrest of the president. As you mentioned, that the two parties now, again, in another political field, are in a standoff. So, but at the end of the day, what can we expect from the progress?
You have mentioned a very important phenomenon in the whole process. Theoretically and legally speaking, the fight or struggles or differences on the impeachment should be taken place within the political scope, say between parties in the parliament, between different figures in the governmental institutions. However, what we have seen that is more and more regular peoples have been involved in the political struggles, reflected by the mass gatherings, both for and against President Yoon. Such phenomenon or such development indicated that the political struggles within the political institution has been spilled over into the whole society, trigger the wider and the deeper divisions among the regular peoples. We have talking about for a long time that the political polarizations in the Korean society, but this crisis has been pushed the polarization into the worst situation. I call it as a division, say from polarization into the political division, not only between the parties, between political figures, but also spill over to the mass, to the regular peoples, divided the society, divided the peoples, let alone divided the politicians.
But you mentioned a really good point, because I understand that the South Korean political leadership also understand that there is the divide and there is the deeper political polarization, either in the politics, in the political field or among South Korean society. But is there any chance that the leadership can avoid this crisis in the very beginning, from your perspective?
Well, frankly speaking, I don't think that there was any possibility to avoid such unpredictable crisis. Simply, far before the crisis took place, say the martial law was issued, far before the martial law issued, the polarization in South Korea has been there already. The crisis now has only contributed to the fact that the polarization has been pushed into the worst state, say the political division. The martial law issued actually reflects the uncompromises between the parties. In other words, why President Yoon did such how can I say, wrong things, simply because he had no any other choice else but the martial law. That action really, it tells the whole society that there was no compromise, possibility between the two political forces, but also they indicate that the President Yoon, had determined to fight to the last minutes, fight to the end, to overthrow the opposition party's forces by very extreme measures. So at the very beginning, say from the martial law issued, the political crisis, political turmoil has been unavoidable.
So it's also worth noted that the opposition lawmakers now is leading the case that will remove the president from power. And do you think that if the impeachment would kind of like ease South Korea's political crisis, and do you think that maybe it will be concluded within 180 days, but after that they will have election? Do you think that will fix the problem?
It's a very key question, but the answer will be very complicated because number one, the results or the conclusion of the crisis is uncertain. Say, no one can predict, say, President Yoon will be impeached or will reinstate. No one can predict certainly. So that's one great uncertainty. Say, the fate of the President Yoon is uncertain at this point. And secondly, the certainty is no matter what fate comes to President Yoon, the further political divisions will come to the South Korea. As I mentioned, the martial law issued indicated that the division between the different parties has been no possibility. There's been no possibility for the compromises between the parties. And the martial law issued further deepened the divisions. That means both forces has been put in the fighting position without any compromising rooms. And the results of the struggle will not solve the political division between the parties, but will, to the contrary, will deeper and wider the divisions. That's the certainty. And by the same token, more and more people came out to support or fight against President Yoon. No matter the final fate of the Yoon, the division among the mass between the regular people will not change their original position. Therefore, under both situations, say either reinstated President Yoon or impeached, remove President Yoon, the political division among peoples has been there, and the consequence, the results can only contribute the deeper and the anger reactions by division. In other words, in short, such crisis will lead to nowhere. No people know. But certainly, the current political crisis will lead the South Korean political institution and society into a deeper and wider divisions.
Okay, so let's move from the domestic situation to the diplomacy. We understand that the U.S. Secretary General Antony Blinken now is in Seoul meeting with his South Korean counterparts. They just held the press conference. We'll update the latest on our show, but we are wondering if, this is, of course, the last trip for him as the U.S. State Secretary. But is the political meltdown in South Korea would be adding more uncertainties to, Blinken will be visiting Japan later after the stop in Seoul. Will this visit have any, positive side on the political meltdown, or do you think that if Trump is taking his second term, will this three-way alliances be affected?
Well, that is a very important question concerning to quite several parties, not only between South Korea and the United States. The question is very important, but the answer will be very complicated simply because the key term you mentioned, uncertainty, is not the single uncertainty. It's a mutual uncertainty from both Washington, D.C. and Seoul. Now we have talked a lot about uncertainties in Seoul, in South Korea, but similarly, uncertainties, especially the policy orientation from Biden administration to upcoming Trump administration is quite different. That means also a big policy uncertainties, including big policy uncertainties of U.S. policy towards South Korea. In terms of U.S. policy towards South Korea under Biden, it's certain. And in terms of the U.S.-South Korea relation under Biden and the current South Korean administration is uncertain. However, everyone knows, number one, Washington will have a shifting process from one administration to the very different the other administration. And number two, the current administration under Yoon is quite weak, maybe quite short-lived. And it's probably and highly probable that in near future, very near future, there will be a new general election with new administration. Probably the opposition party will take in the power. So it's a certain new administration in Washington, D.C. and uncertain new administration in Seoul. So the both uncertainties, say from Biden to Trump and the uncertain upcoming administration in Seoul produce very complex uncertainties, both on South Korea, U.S. military alliance, and South Korea, U.S., Japan trilateral military cooperation and coordination. Under such a background, Blinken's visit is quite vital. However, just with very complex uncertainties, such a visit can produce quite limited results. In short, symbolic meaning, more symbolic meaning than substantive meaning.
Okay. So I think we have to mention about, Beijing's attitude towards the ongoing political crisis. In a phone call with his counterpart, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, actually in the end of December, actually talked to the foreign minister, underscoring the certainty between the two countries, and also the two sides agreed China, Japan, South Korea cooperation is conducive to the regional peace, stability, and prosperity. And what is your observation of this trilateral relations in 2025?
It's a very good question and important question for China and also for the three countries related. Everyone knows last year under the trilateral joint efforts, China, South Korea, Japan trilateral cooperation, especially the summit, has been restored with a stronger momentum that brought quite a promising future for the trilateral cooperation. However, the political turmoil in South Korea now really input great uncertainties on the trilateral cooperation, as well as the bilateral relation between China and South Korea. However, Foreign Minister Wang Yi's calling send a signal and input momentum. Signal is no matter what changes of the situation in South Korea, China's determination of strengthening cooperation with South Korea will not be changed. And number two, China's determination on the efforts for further better cooperation among China, South Korea, Japan will not be changed. So such calling solidified the bilateral and the trilateral basis for cooperation. Therefore, China's signal and China's input gave the current uncertain bilateral China-South Korea bilateral and the China-South Korea Japan trilateral elements for stabilizing. I think with time going, with the trilateral efforts and the bilateral efforts is pushing, I think both China-South Korea relation and China-South Korea Japan trilateral cooperation will step forward further for the mutual benefits.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's Professor Yan Xiyu, Senior Fellow at the China Institute of International Studies. Thanks always. Thank you. So up next, we will talk to our reporter here in Beijing to look at the economic fallout from the political crisis. Stay tuned. Welcome back. The ongoing political turmoil is also shaking South Korea's economy, particularly its confidence. And now the finance minister is taking the acting president. How is the current political fallout on the economic performance? And can the fourth largest economy in Asia withstand this political crisis? We have our colleague Liu Zhaoqing having more details.
Thanks, Jiaxin. As the political situation continues to be unstable, putting severe depreciation pressure on the South Korea won, consumer inflation in South Korea has accelerated, threatening the price stability system of the country that heavily relies on the imported food and energy. So the South Korea Data Department announced on Thursday that the CPI in December 2024 rose by 1.9% year-on-year, an increase compared to the 1.5% in November. And economists survey that previously predicted a price increase of 1.7%. So furthermore, the martial law has also led to a significant decline in the overall business confidence of South Korea companies. And some small and medium-sized enterprises in South Korea are beginning to worry that policy subsidies may be delayed due to the ongoing instability in the country's top leadership. On the consumer side, a recent market analyst based on social media data on South Korea shows that the consumers are increasingly concerned about product prices, focusing on the low cost and small package goods. So this reflects that consumers are placing more emphasis on economic efficiency to cope with long-term inflation. And on the other hand, economists believe that a weak private spending, cooling export recovery, and declining consumer confidence will promote the Bank of Korea to accelerate its easing policy in 2025. So the action of global central banks, including the Federal Reserves, in the coming months will also influence on the Bank of Korea's decisions. As the analyst, some investment department said that the impact of currency depreciation on inflation may on the coming months. But current biggest concerns is the decline in consumers' confidence, given that both production and consumption are in slump. January may be the best time for an investment rate cut. So the won has fallen to its lowest level since 2009, highlighting that markets' concerns about impact on economic growth. But the continued depreciation of the won may be limit the extent to which the Bank of Korea can put interest rates to support the economy. So the South Korean Ministry of Finance stated in a recent statement on Thursday that it expects the GDP to grow by 2.1% in 2024 and 1.8% in 2025. The latest forecast is significantly lower than the ministry's prediction in July, when it had anticipated 2.6% growth in GDP for 2024. So the underscores how the ongoing impeachment of the country's top leader and persistent political turmoil are endangering the confidence of South Korea's businesses and consumers. So as well as the pressure faced by the South Korean economy from weak private consumption and slowing export momentum. As the political chaos may not be resolved in the short time, it will continue to affect the South Korean economy over a long period, disrupting the country's price stability. That's all from me. Back to you, Jiaxin.
Thanks, Zhaoqing. And that is our colleague CGTN reporter Liu Zhaoqing live in Beijing. Up next, we'll have more voices from South Korean professors. And stay tuned. Welcome to CGTN's special program on political crisis in South Korea. I'm your host, Jo Jia-shin. For this session, we have more voices from the South Korea and analysis, of course, for the current situation in Seoul. And we have our privilege to have our professor, Mr. Kwon Ki-sik. He's the professor at the Seoul Media Institute of Technology Graduate School. And he also has experiences working with two presidents' team. He's the former political secretary to the former president Kim Da-jong, and he is also the deputy chief secretary in presidential election campaign for the former president Ron Moo-hyun. Thanks so much to attend our show, Professor Kwon. So I just wanted to start with you because you are now in Seoul. And how do you feel about the mood, the political mood in Seoul?
No, it's very severe. Many people they are shouting for the arrest of President Yoon and the ruling party and their supporters was also fighting against for their president.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned about the shouting. I believe you're talking about those demonstrations outside Mr. Yoon's presidential residence, because we have heard either the call for supporting to protect the president, also the call for ouster and arrest, the immediate arrest of the president. We are now seeing the expiration of the joint teams, the arrest warrant. From your observation, this is a historical arrest warrant. What does it mean to the South Korea's politics?
Yes, the arrest warrant for president is the first case in Korea's modern history.
Mm-hmm.
Until now, 4 former presidents was arrested and imprisoned. They was arrested after retired, and were dismissed. But President Yoon is now acting president.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very difficult and delicate problems in our politics. Now more than 70% people want that the President Yoon have to accept our law and order.
Mm-hmm.
People want justice and democracy.
So you are talking about the approval rating, that there are at least 70% of the population demanding, demanding the impeachment of the president.
Yeah.
But how does you mean that the public is showing their anger or dissatisfaction with the current administration, right? But what's wrong with the administration? What is your observation?
President Yoon declared martial law, and he sent military troops to the National Assembly against our laws. It's illegal. And he was impeached on the grounds of treason. He was failed of a self-coup. So it is reasonable of issuing the arrest warrant by the Joint Investigation Unit. Self-coup by acting president is very, very unique of modern history of Korea and the world. So many people was shocked, especially for youngsters. They didn't experience and they didn't expect this kind of self-coup. Modern and very, very developed country. It's impossible, they think.
So you're talking about the impeachment because in South Korean's political history, we already had 2 previous presidents impeached. But let's move to the arrest warrant. And what is your take on the current arrest warrant issued by the Joint Investigation Unit. Do you think it is legitimate? Because we know the impeachment process will go through 100 and 180 days. But now, what about the arrest warrant? Do you think it is legitimate?
Yes. Korean people have a great self-respect on the miracle economic growth and democratic achievements. President Yoon spoiled it. For 45 years, we didn't meet martial law. This kind of a situation. Many people think that they finished the military dictatorship. So many people was upset on President Yoon's treason. He spoiled the economy and the national dignity. So many young people are shouting for legal punishment of Yoon. They are now staying before the house of President Yoon. They only want peace and democracy.
So you mentioned about the treason that your president might be committed, and that's the reason why we seen the reports saying Yoon was named by investigative agencies as a suspected ringleader on insurrection charges. Would you help us understand in a further way that how serious in South Korea are those charges leading up to this process?
Yes, it's very serious and severe situation in political field. At least for few months, Korean politics will meet unprecedented and political conflicts between two camps, the ruling and opposition. The ruling party concentrates political energy for rescuing president, and the opposition party is struggling for punishment and impeachment of Yoon. There is no compromise room between two parties. So the public opinion and the legal proceedings will decide the result, I think. Many political pundits expect Yoon will be fired in April and will have presidential election in May, they expect.
Okay. Previously, you also mentioned a very important point, because in South Korean politics, many presidents after the retirement, they were unfortunately jailed. And that's kind of like a fate for most of the South Korean politicians. But now, if detained, Yoon would become the first sitting president, possibly to be arrested. Now, we've seen that the opposition lawmakers are handling this investigation and also the legislation to remove president from the power. And from your understanding, how will Yoon's Conservative People Power Party handle this crisis on the current stage?
First, they want to rescue President Yoon and to avoid presidential election. If they want to get the goals, they have to some political conflicts against the opposition party. So they propaganda to the Yonhap, Korea's a very conservative spot, and the propaganda the old man to gather and support President Yoon. So they want to divide our national consensus two parts. Until now, the people, 730 is divided. 70% support opposition parties' request, Mr. President Yoon's punishment, and 30% are concentrated on the rescuing President Yoon and protect their power. So now Korean opinion is divided two parties. The Conservative Party, 30%, and the opposite Democratic Party's supporters are 70%. Country is now divided two groups, I think. It's the result will be handled by the people's support. Who can get the majority? It's political struggles of two groups. Reading by Lee Jae-myung, reading by Yoon Sung-yeol. It's a kind of presidential election, I think.
So under such circumstances, do you see or do you foresee a deeper political polarization in South Korea?
It's very difficult, I think. Alas, the court will decide in April, I think, the impeachment or not. And the investigation unit will invest President Yoon's self-coup and illegal military troops invasion of National Assembly. Everything will be settled by the decision of the court in April.
Constitutional Court.
And And this month, anyway, the investigation unit have to arrest President Yoon. Even though he want to avoid the arrest warrant, it's impossible. He have to meet the severe situation, I think. So President Yoon have to meet legal investigation. And the other is the problems of the court. He have to do deal two problems on him, I think.
Okay, so just let's go to one more detail. As you said that the arrest could be possible or impossible, I think. But for Yoon, what would his team now currently busy with?
In the ruling party, the National Assembly man, among 108 members are in the ruling party, maybe 70 or 80 members belongs to President Yoon. So they today 30 or 40 congressmen went to the President Yoon's house, Hannam-dong, and they shouted the President Yoon's political power keeping, and they shouted for the people to keep our president. So I think that President Yoon believe in the 70 or 80 members of Congress, I think. That he think that he can overcome this situation with the congressman. But people don't think so. 70% of the people, and especially young people, don't want that kind of situation and that kind of result. They want the full punishment of President Yoon and the new government for our national dignity and economic growth and the international relationships, especially China and Korean relation, will be better, get better, I think.
Okay, so still wait to see. But one last question. You referred to the political burden on the young generation because many young people would see this as a historic moment in their countries. And also previously, our Chinese guest also mentioned about the public divide because this political fallout would divide the public opinions in a vast, influence. What is your advice to either the Yoon administration or the opposition party to try to heal the pain, the political pain, or either the public or social divide for your country in years to come?
I think that we have to deal this problem in peaceful and legal process. Even though the President Yoon's treason and self-coup is not accepted by the people, but we have to deal this problem by legal process and by peaceful method. So the opposite party also have to keep the laws and keep the peaceful method, political method, I think. And especially for young generation, they have to keep peaceful the demonstration culture. Violence cannot be accepted by the people.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, as you say that the two parties may or they have to make at least some compromise to each other to ease the tensions. Thanks so much for insights, Professor Kwon, the former political secretary to the former President Kim Dae-jung, and he's also the Deputy Chief Secretary in presidential election campaign for the former President Roh Woo-hyun. And thank you so much for your insights. Thanks for your time.
당연히 윤석열 내란숙에는 체포될 것이라고 생각을 하고요.
체포도 반대하고 대통령이 비상계엄할 수 있는 권한이 있는 거고 그걸 갖다가 왈가왈부한다 하는 자체가 그건 있을 수 없는 일이에요.
모든 사항들이 어려운 사항들인데 일국의 대통령인데 그러나 제가 나오기 전에 탄핵을 운운하면서 탄핵이다 하고 그 다음에 이제 구속을 시키겠다. 또 대통령에서 내려오라 하는 부분들은 잘못됐다고 봅니다.
그건 말도 안 되는 이야기예요. 상식적으로 있을 수 없는 일들이 이 나라에 벌어지고 있다니.
대통령 체포영장이라는 말은 잘못됐다고 생각하고 내란수개범 체포영장이라는 말이 바르다고 생각하고 너무나 당연한 것이라고 생각합니다.
그래도 체포라 그러지만은 제가 있다 그러면은 당연히 체포하고 법률적으로 해야 되는데 아직까지 제에 대해서 판결이 나오지 않은 상태잖아요. 국회의원들은 그래 했지만은 헌재라든가 이런 게 나왔다면 제가 나오면은 그 이제 구속을 하고 죄를 지어야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
너무 진짜 부끄럽기도 하고 그럼에도 불구하고 이런 글을 봤어요. 외국분이 한국 국민들이 민주주의를 다시 바로 세우는 속도가 회사 복사기 고치는 속도보다 빠르더라라는 글을 보면서 웃기면서도 슬펐던 기억이 있는데요.
이 사태를 볼 때 근데 윤 대통령이 죄를 지었던 죄를 짓지 않았던 또 여당이든 야당이든 일국의 대통령이니까 서로 화합해가지고 나라를 위해서 생각하는 사람들은 거의 없다고 봐요. 여당이든 야당이든 자기 당만 생각하는 것 같은데
우리나라 국회의원들은 한 번만 해야 되지 두 번 이상 하면 전부 다 도둑놈 다 되는 세상이다. 저거정 전부 다 돈 나눠 묻고 뭐 또 어떤 사안에 대해서 이권에 대해서 돈을 주고받고 우리 눈에 안 보이게 일반 국민들은 자기들 먹고 살기 바빠가 세상 왜 돌아가는지도 잘 모르고 이런 실정이다.
이후에 한 발 한 발 진행되는 상황에 대해서도 우리 국민들 절대 좌시하지 않고 똑바로 두 눈 뜨고 바라보면서 대한민국의 민주주의가 올바른 길로 나아갈 수 있도록 한 명 한 명이 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
서로 양보하고 화합했으면 좋겠습니다.
내가 볼 때는 대통령을 탄핵하는 그 자체도 잘못된 일이고 법적으로는 여러 가지로 예를 들어 이성적인 생각을 가지고 사태를 갖다가 처음부터 끝까지 상세하게 파악을 하면 누구든지 판단할 수 있는 거라.
사실 정치 무슨 상관이야 라고 생각을 했는데 그래서 이렇게 되었나 많이 후회를 하게 됐어요. 앞으로는 그런 안일한 생각하지 않고
저는 지금까지 살아오면서 어느 정도는 많이 살아왔는데 지금 10대, 20대, 30, 40대를 보면 나라의 모든 것이 암울하다는 거죠. 그냥 서로 화합해가 갔으면 좋겠고 저희들은 살아왔는 있지만은 조금 더 화합했으면 좋겠다 이겁니다.
영향은 분명히 미치죠. 미치는데 내가 볼 때는 사람이 사람답게 살아야 되지.
체포에 대해서는 적법한 절차에 의해서 이루어졌다고 생각을 하지만 지금 윤석열의 지지자 측에 그런 무차별한 난동과 그리고 그런 적법하지 않은 대처들이 저는 정말 문제라고 생각을 합니다.
당연히 잡아가야 된다고 생각을 하고 지금 속도가 너무 느리다고 생각을 합니다. 왜냐하면 조금 있다가 대형 집회가 예고되어 있는데 빨리 잡아가지 않으면 괜히 이쪽 집회랑 저쪽의 지지자들 집회랑 충돌하게 되고 쓸데없는 소요를 일어나게 된다고 생각을 해요.
대통령이 비상계엄한 거는 당연히 그 대통령 권한에 있는 거고 불법이 아닌데 이거를 내란이라고 임의로 확정짓고 체포한다는 건 있을 수 없는 일이라고 생각합니다.
저는 이게 굉장히 역사적으로나 세계적으로나 드문 일인 것은 맞지만 지금 대통령을 체포하지 않으면은 지금 내란으로 인해서 전국이 불안정하고 국민의 안전도 위협을 많이 받는 상황이기 때문에 체포는 이례적인 일이긴 하지만 꼭 필요한 일이라고 생각을 합니다.
개인적으로 본인이 빨리 받아들이고 내려왔으면 될 일을 체포까지 질질 끌지 않았나. 검찰 출신이었으면 법에 대해서 잘 알 텐데.
전 세계적으로 참 대한민국이 부끄러워지는 사건인데 이건 있어서는 안 될 사건입니다.
일단 저와 같은 경우는 저는 대학원생인데 지금 학업을 약간 좀 소홀히 할 수밖에 없는 게 지금 집회에 계속 자주 나가게 되고 그리고 다른 사람들도 직장인들도 지금 모두 다 업무를 못하고 다 뉴스를 볼 정도로 지금 사람들이 많이 불안해하는 정도가 되었습니다.
거의 잠을 못 잤죠. 밤에 잠을 못 자고 무슨 일이 또 있을까 봐.
빨리 이게 국난이 극복돼서 우리가 마음 놓고 자유스러운 생활을 할 수 있게 되면 좋겠습니다.
우리 민주총 대구지역본부 현 국장님 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 같이 한번 해볼게요. 시작해요. 손을 꽁꽁꽁, 발을 꽁꽁꽁, 윤석열을 꽁꽁꽁.
세상을 아름답게 하는 여러
Two presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launch an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the third president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, It will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theater fit for a K-drama.
We begin in South Korea, where anti-corruption investigators have asked the court to extend the execution period for an arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. That's over his martial law declaration last month. The warrant is currently valid until midnight Monday. Yoon is facing a second arrest attempt after the first attempt on Friday failed. It was blocked by the Presidential Security Service. Yoon's lawyer said the warrant was illegal and invalid, and he will file a complaint seeking an investigation into the Corruption Investigation Office chief. Over the weekend, Yoon supporters camped outside the presidential residence in protest against the warrant. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is scheduled to hold talks on Monday with his South Korean counterpart in Seoul. Reports say Blinken's visit seeks to encourage policy stability in South Korea.
Welcome to CGTN special program on the political crisis in South Korea. We continue our discussions now. We have more analysis from South Korea. Ms. Kong-yan Jennifer Moon, a Seoul-based international special for international affairs specialist. So, because Jen, we know that you work in media industry previously. And you are following headlines these days. What are the focal points that South Korean media are currently following? Can you share with us a little bit more?
Absolutely, Joe. Just today, a government agency dedicated to fighting corruption, they're the leaders in taking President Yoon in for detention. They asked police to take the lead in efforts to detain Yoon. However, that offer was rejected by the police. So now the police has said that they will just work in collaboration with this anti-corruption agency. And of course, we need to remember that the investigators failed last week to bring Yoon into custody following a standoff with his security service. Now, the detention warrant for Mr. Yoon expires at midnight tonight. It's about 6:11 p.m. in Korea time right now. So in less than 6 hours, that warrant expires. And the question is whether they'll make a second attempt before the deadline. Right now, it doesn't look like so. There are hundreds of pro-Yoon supporters and anti-Yoon protesters camping outside of his residence right now. So, if they were to go in with the warrant right now, there will be a lot of commotion. So it looks like the investigators will not attempt a second arrest warrant. However, they will be asking for an extension to that warrant to Korea's court later on.
Okay. So hours ago, actually, our correspondent in Seoul told us that the police would be thinking about taking part, but I just want to make sure that now the police reject the cooperation to take part in this arrest warrant, right?
Right. So the anti-corruption agency basically asked the police to take the lead in taking in President Yoon for arrest.
The warrant.
The police rejected that request, and now they said that they will only work within the framework of the general anti-corruption body to collaborate, but they will not take lead in the arrest warrant.
Got it. So we understand that Yoon's approval rate, because previously we talked to some professors from South Korea who shared with us their insights and also their observations. They felt this situation is really serious in modern history of South Korean's politics. And regarding your president's approval ratings, which has hit historical low these days, does it mean a wider public dissatisfaction with the administration from your observation or anything else?
Well, it's very interesting to note that, yes, you're absolutely right, Joe. Most people in South Korea are upset and angry at Yoon's decision to impose martial law. And then we saw a core of his supporters, a very compact group of supporters who are very loyal to Yoon, who's been camping overnight in freezing temperatures to try and stop investigators from reaching the president's home. However, we are seeing impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol's numbers uptick. So we're seeing his approval ratings uptick. Today, a poll showed that 40% approved of President Yoon Suk-yeol, while the 60% of the general South Koreans don't. So that's a huge uptick from the lowest rating that we saw, which was below 20%. And 40% range means that this is the first high that we've seen since the declaration of martial law on December 3rd. So we are seeing more conservatives consolidate, even those in the middle, kind of consolidating with the conservatives as they see an imminent arrest of President Yoon Suk-yeol. Perhaps it's in fear that they'll lose to the Democrats, but we are seeing more consolidation towards Yoon.
You also mentioned there is kind of like slight uptick or increase of his approval rating. But how should we understand these dynamics?
Right, like I said, it's a consolidation of the conservatives. So those who had not been in favor of Yoon's martial law, but those who are on the conservative side of the political spectrum. Now they have come to consolidate because they see an imminent arrest of President Yoon Suk-yeol, which means that the Democrats might take the power ship in the next administration, with a front runner in the Democratic section being Lee Jae-myung. And they don't want to see Lee Jae-myung in power. So many of South Koreans are consolidating towards President Yoon at this point, or rather the ruling party, if you will.
Yeah. Also, we understand that before the martial declaration on December 3rd, your president reshuffled the cabinet in September. And now Yoon was actually named by investigative agencies as a suspected ringleader on insurrection charges. Could you please help us go through what had happened quite like a few weeks before the martial law declaration?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this is all in retrospect. So Yoon imposed martial law in the middle of the night on December 3rd, plunging South Korea into its worst political crisis in decades, with the defense minister playing a critical role. Now, in the days since the extraordinary night on December 3rd, the National Assembly has convened hearings to gather testimonies about who did what and when. Investigators have been questioning key officials as well, and South Korean press has obtained some witness statements. Now, piecing together all of that and their accounts show that Yoon's plan had probably been months in the making, and that he intended to use martial law to target political opponents and pursue baseless election fraud claims, a much more extensive agenda than he's claimed, really. But in retrospect, experts here say that there were signs leading up to the December 3rd martial law decree. I mean, there was Yoon's increasingly sharp rhetoric about his opponents, and then came the surprise appointment of his close confidant as defense minister. And then that defense minister surrounded himself with loyalists at the top of the chain of the command. So all year, South Korea's domestic politics have been consumed by scandals and relentlessly being targeted by the opposition. Scandals alleging the corruption involving President Yoon's wife. The government declined to investigate this, and the opposition blocked government initiatives, including budget measures in response. So Yoon became isolated, increasingly isolated, and he grew more frustrated. And analysts here say that he was leaning more on a tiny group of loyalists, and this includes Defense Minister Kim Yong-hyun, who had taken a crucial part in this, what we believe was an insurrection. Now, Yoon's decision in September to appoint Kim as a top defense official had prompted concerns even back then, because not only was Kim a very close confidant of Yoon, but the change was so highly unusual, especially ahead of the U.S. presidential election, given, of course, Seoul's dependence on Washington for its security. Now, Kim's appointment also drew attention to the use of powerful school connections, which raised red flags even in a country here where that strongly values alumni networks. Now, lawmakers across the political spectrum decried the move as unconstitutional, and even the then leader of Yoon's Conservative People's Party called it wrong. I mean, I'm talking about the martial law decree. And then, of course, that was followed by days and nights of protests in the chilly temperatures, tens of thousands of people calling for Yoon to be removed or for the impeachment to be nullified. With 192 of the 300 seats in parliament voting for the impeachment of President Yoon, he's now been stripped of his powers. However, it's only suspended until the Constitutional Court makes a decision to finally impeach him. The first trial is set on January 14th.
I'm also very interested in, the public reactions and in South Korea, as the political scenario getting worse. What are the response from the young generations, from your observation?
Well, the younger generation, it's interesting to note that there had been a generation divide. So more of those in their 60s and 70s in favor of Yoon. And more in those younger generations are against Yoon, and possibly more women against Yoon because of his so-called anti-feminism policies. However, these younger generation, what was very interesting to note in the polls that were taken today and yesterday by different poll leaders here, is that those in their 20s and 30s have become increasingly in favor of Yoon, and so they're consolidating against, not particularly in favor of Yoon, but I would say against and moving away from the Democratic Party, which has been very intense in attacking President Yoon and the ruling party, but also we're looking at snap elections that may happen in the next few months, and we really don't see a next presidential hopeful, a strong one from the ruling party. However, from the main opposition, there is Lee Jae-myung, like I said, maybe popular to many, but increasingly unpopular to the younger generation.
I see. As we are discussing this, the U.S. State Secretary might still be in the country after his meeting with his South Korean counterpart. What kind of messages can we interpret from that, and also the timing? What is the read of that?
Right. So I cannot say that the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit to South Korea today, with just hours left until the expiration of the arrest warrant of President Yoon Suk-yeol, will have any impact on the domestic political drama that's unfolding. But he was here long enough to send a message that there's no daylight between South Korea-US alliance vis-a-vis North Korea and the security situation. He also did say that he believes in the strong institutions and the strong democracy of South Korea, saying that the South Korea-US alliance goes far beyond one man or one government or one administration. So clearly expressing his concerns over President Yoon Suk-yeol's what transpired that night and President Yoon Suk-yeol's behavior following the night of December 3rd.
Okay, thank you so much for updated insights and analysis. Jan from Seoul, actually, she's the Seoul-based international affairs specialist. Thank you so much, Jan.
Thank you.
당연히 윤석열 내란숙에는 체포될 것이라고 생각을 하고요.
체포도 반대하고 대통령이 비상계엄할 수 있는 권한이 있는 거고 그걸 갖다가 왈가왈부한다 하는 자체가 그건 있을 수 없는 일이에요.
모든 사항들이 어려운 사항들인데 일국의 대통령인데 그러나 제가 나오기 전에 탄핵을 운운하면서 탄핵이다 하고 그 다음에 이제 구속을 시키겠다 또 대통령에서 내려오라 하는 부분들은 잘못됐다고 봅니다.
그건 말도 안 되는 이야기예요. 상식적으로 있을 수 없는 일들이 이 나라에 벌어지고 있다니.
대통령 체포영장이라는 말은 잘못됐다고 생각하고 내란수개범 체포영장이라는 말이 바르다고 생각하고 너무나 당연한 것이라고 생각합니다.
그래도 체포라 그러지만은 제가 있다 그러면은 당연히 체포하고 법률적으로 해야 되는데 아직까지 제에 대해서 판결이 나오지 않은 상태잖아요. 국회의원들은 그래 했지만은 헌재라든가 이런 게 나왔다면 제가 나오면은 그 이제 구속을 하고 죄를 지어야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
너무 진짜 부끄럽기도 하고 그럼에도 불구하고 이런 글을 봤어요. 외국분이 한국 국민들이 민주주의를 다시 바로 세우는 속도가 회사 복사기 고치는 속도보다 빠르더라라는 글을 보면서 웃었던 웃기면서도 슬펐던 기억이 있는데요.
이 사태를 볼 때 근데 윤 대통령이 죄를 지었던 죄를 짓지 않았던 또 여당이든 야당이든 일국의 대통령이니까 서로 화합해가지고 나라를 위해서 생각하는 사람들은 거의 없다고 봐요. 여당이든 야당이든 자기 당만 생각하는 것 같은데
우리나라 국회의원들은 한 번만 해야 되지 두 번 이상 하면 전부 다 도둑놈 다 되는 세상이다. 저거정 전부 다 돈 나눠 묻고 뭐 또 어떤 사안에 대해서 이권에 대해서 돈을 주고받고 우리 눈에 안 보이게 일반 국민들은 자기들 먹고 살기 바빠가 세상 왜 돌아가는지도 잘 모르고 이런 실정이다.
이후에 한 발 한 발 진행되는 상황에 대해서도 우리 국민들 절대 좌시하지 않고 똑바로 두 눈 뜨고 바라보면서 대한민국의 민주주의가 올바른 길로 나아갈 수 있도록 한 명 한 명이 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
서로 양보하고 화합했으면 좋겠습니다.
내가 볼 때는 대통령을 탄핵하는 그 자체도 잘못된 일이고 법적으로는 여러 가지로 예를 들어 이성적인 생각을 가지고 사태를 갖다가 처음부터 끝까지 상세하게 파악을 하면 누구든지 판단할 수 있는 거라.
사실 정치 무슨 상관이야 라고 생각을 했는데 그래서 이렇게 되었나 많이 후회를 하게 됐어요. 앞으로는 그런 안일한 생각하지 않고
저는 지금까지 살아오면서 어느 정도는 많이 살아왔는데 지금 10대, 20대, 30, 40대를 보면 나라의 모든 것이 암울하다는 거죠. 그럼 서로 화합해가 갔으면 좋겠고 저희들은 살아왔는 있지만은 조금 더 화합했으면 좋겠다 이겁니다.
영향은 분명히 미치죠. 미치는데 내가 볼 때는 사람이 사람답게 살아야 되지.
체포에 대해서는 적법한 절차에 의해서 이루어졌다고 생각을 하지만 지금 윤석열의 지지자 측의 그런 무차별한 난동과 그리고 그런 적법하지 않은 대처들이 저는 정말 문제라고 생각을 합니다.
당연히 잡아가야 된다고 생각을 하고 지금 속도가 너무 느리다고 생각을 합니다. 왜냐하면 조금 있다가 대형 집회가 예고되어 있는데 빨리 잡아가지 않으면 괜히 이쪽 집회랑 저쪽의 지지자들 집회랑 충돌하게 되고 쓸데없는 소요를 일어나게 된다고 생각을 해요.
대통령이 비상계엄한 거는 당연히 그 대통령 권한에 있는 거고 불법이 아닌데 이거를 내란이라고 임의로 확정짓고 체포한다는 건 있을 수 없는 일이라고 생각합니다.
저는 이게 굉장히 역사적으로나 세계적으로나 드문 일인 것은 맞지만 지금 대통령을 체포하지 않으면은 지금 내란으로 인해서 전국이 불안정하고 국민의 안전도 위협을 많이 받는 상황이기 때문에 체포는 이례적인 일이긴 하지만 꼭 필요한 일이라고 생각을 합니다.
개인적으로 본인이 빨리 받아들이고 내려왔으면 될 일을 체포까지 질질 끌지 않았나. 검찰 출신이었으면 법에 대해서 잘 알 텐데.
전 세계적으로 참 대한민국이 부끄러워지는 사건인데 이건 있어서는 안 될 사건입니다.
일단 저와 같은 경우는 저는 대학원생인데 지금 학업을 약간 좀 소홀히 할 수밖에 없는 게 지금 집회에 계속 자주 나가게 되고 그리고 다른 사람들도 직장인들도 지금 모두 다 업무를 못하고 다 뉴스를 볼 정도로 지금 사람들이 많이 불안해하는 정도가 되었습니다.
거의 잠을 못 잤죠. 밤에 잠을 못 자고 무슨 일이 또 있을까 봐.
빨리 이게 국난이 극복돼서 우리가 마음 놓고 자유스러운 생활을 할 수 있게 되면 좋겠습니다.
우리 민주청 대구지역본부 현국장님 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 같이 한번 해볼게요. 시작해요. 손을 꽁꽁꽁, 발을 꽁꽁꽁, 윤석열을 꽁꽁꽁.
세상을 아름답게 하는 여러
Two presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launch an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the third president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, It will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theater fit for a K-drama.
We begin in South Korea, where anti-corruption investigators have asked the court to extend the execution period for an arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. That's over his martial law declaration last month. The warrant is currently valid until midnight Monday. Yoon is facing a second arrest attempt after the first attempt on Friday failed. It was blocked by the Presidential Security Service. Yoon's lawyer said the warrant was illegal and invalid, and he will file a complaint seeking an investigation into the Corruption Investigation Office chief. Over the weekend, Yoon supporters camped outside the presidential residence in protest against the warrant. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is scheduled to hold talks on Monday with his South Korean counterpart in Seoul. Reports say Blinken's visit seeks to encourage policy stability in South Korea.
당연히 윤석열 내란숙에는 체포될 것이라고 생각을 하고요.
체포도 반대하고 대통령이 비상계엄할 수 있는 권한이 있는 거고 그걸 갖다가 왈가왈부한다 하는 자체가 그건 있을 수 없는 일이에요.
모든 사항들이 어려운 사항들인데 일국의 대통령인데 그러나 제가 나오기 전에 탄핵을 운운하면서 탄핵이다 하고 그 다음에 이제 구속을 시키겠다. 또 대통령에서 내려오라 하는 부분들은 잘못됐다고 봅니다.
그건 말도 안 되는 이야기예요. 상식적으로 있을 수 없는 일들이 이 나라에 벌어지고 있다니.
대통령 체포영장이라는 말은 잘못됐다고 생각하고 내란수개범 체포영장이라는 말이 바르다고 생각하고 너무나 당연한 것이라고 생각합니다.
그래도 체포라 그러지만은 제가 있다 그러면은 당연히 체포하고 법률적으로 해야 되는데 아직까지 제에 대해서 판결이 나오지 않은 상태잖아요. 국회의원들은 그래 했지만은 헌재라든가 이런 게 나왔다면 제가 나오면은 그 이제 구속을 하고 죄를 지어야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
너무 진짜 부끄럽기도 하고 그럼에도 불구하고 이런 글을 봤어요. 외국분이 한국 국민들이 민주주의를 다시 바로 세우는 속도가 회사 복사기 고치는 속도보다 빠르더라라는 글을 보면서 웃었던 웃기면서도 슬펐던 기억이 있는데요.
이 사태를 볼 때 근데 윤 대통령이 죄를 지었던 죄를 짓지 않았던 또 여당이든 야당이든 일국의 대통령이니까 서로 화합해가지고 나라를 위해서 생각하는 사람들은 거의 없다고 봐요. 여당이든 야당이든 자기 당만 생각하는 것 같은데
우리나라 국회의원들은 한 번만 해야 되지 두 번 이상 하면 전부 다 도둑놈 다 되는 세상이다. 지금까지는 전부 다 돈 나눠 묻고 뭐 또 어떤 사안에 대해서 이권에 대해서 돈을 주고받고 우리 눈에 안 보이게 일반 국민들은 자기들 먹고 살기 바빠가 세상 왜 돌아가는지도 잘 모르고 이런 실정이다.
이후에 한 발 한 발 진행되는 상황에 대해서도 우리 국민들 절대 좌시하지 않고 똑바로 두 눈 뜨고 바라보면서 대한민국의 민주주의가 올바른 길로 나아갈 수 있도록 한 명 한 명이 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
서로 양보하고 화합했으면 좋겠습니다.
내가 볼 때는 대통령을 탄핵하는 그 자체도 잘못된 일이고 법적으로는 여러 가지로 예를 들어 이성적인 생각을 가지고 사태를 갖다가 처음부터 끝까지 상세하게 파악을 하면 누구든지 판단할 수 있는 거라.
사실 정치 무슨 상관이야라고 생각을 했는데 그래서 이렇게 되었나 많이 후회를 하게 됐어요. 앞으로는 그런 안일한 생각하지 않고
저는 지금까지 살아오면서 어느 정도는 많이 살아왔는데 지금 10대, 20대, 30, 40대를 보면 나라의 모든 것이 암울하다는 거죠. 그럼 서로 화합해가 갔으면 좋겠고 저희들은 살아왔는 있지만은 조금 더 화합했으면 좋겠다 이겁니다.
영향은 분명히 미치죠. 미치는데 내가 볼 때는 사람이 사람답게 살아야 되지.
체포에 대해서는 적법한 절차에 의해서 이루어졌다고 생각을 하지만 지금 윤석열의 지지자 측의 그런 무차별한 난동과 그리고 그런 적법하지 않은 대처들이 저는 정말 문제라고 생각을 합니다.
당연히 잡아가야 된다고 생각을 하고 지금 속도가 너무 느리다고 생각을 합니다. 왜냐하면 조금 있다가 대형 집회가 예고되어 있는데 빨리 잡아가지 않으면 괜히 이쪽 집회랑 저쪽의 지지자들 집회랑 충돌하게 되고 쓸데없는 소요를 일어나게 된다고 생각을 해요.
대통령이 비상계엄한 거는 당연히 그 대통령 권한에 있는 거고 불법이 아닌데 이거를 내란이라고 임의로 확정짓고 체포한다는 건 있을 수 없는 일이라고 생각합니다.
저는 이게 굉장히 역사적으로나 세계적으로나 드문 일인 것은 맞지만 지금 대통령을 체포하지 않으면은 지금 내란으로 인해서 전국이 불안정하고 국민의 안전도 위협을 많이 받는 상황이기 때문에 체포는 이례적인 일이긴 하지만 꼭 필요한 일이라고 생각을 합니다.
개인적으로 본인이 빨리 받아들이고 내려왔으면 될 일을 체포까지 질질 끌지 않았나. 검찰 출신이었으면 법에 대해서 잘 알 텐데.
전 세계적으로 참 대한민국이 부끄러워지는 사건인데 이건 있어서는 안 될 사건입니다.
일단 저와 같은 경우는 저는 대학원생인데 지금 학업을 약간 좀 소홀히 할 수밖에 없는 게 지금 집회에 계속 자주 나가게 되고 그리고 다른 사람들도 직장인들도 지금 모두 다 업무를 못하고 다 뉴스를 볼 정도로 지금 사람들이 많이 불안해하는 정도가 되었습니다.
거의 잠을 못 잤죠. 밤에 잠을 못 자고 무슨 일이 또 있을까 봐.
빨리 이게 국난이 극복돼서 우리가 마음 놓고 자유스러운 생활을 할 수 있게 되면 좋겠습니다.
우리 민주청 대구지역본부 현 국장님 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 같이 한번 해볼게요. 시작해요. 손을 꽁꽁꽁, 발을 꽁꽁꽁, 윤석열을 꽁꽁꽁.
세상을 아름답게 하는 여러
Two presidents impeached, weeks of protests, and a seemingly endless legal back and forth. But how did we get here? Late on December 3rd, President Yoon makes the shocking announcement that he is imposing martial law. Just hours later, armed troops are dispatched to Parliament to block MPs as they rush to vote down military rule. That vote is passed just after 1 a.m. with 0 in favor, leading President Yoon to lift the martial law less than 5 hours after it is declared. No sooner than that afternoon, the motion to impeach Yoon is filed. The following day, police launch an investigation into the president on charges of insurrection. The first impeachment motion on December 7th ultimately fails, but Yoon's troubles are far from over. Less than 24 hours later, the opposition say they will launch another attempt to impeach Yoon. And then police are seen trying to raid his office. Now, without the support of his own party, a second vote to impeach Yoon succeeds on December 14th, forcing Prime Minister Han Duck-soo to step in as acting president. Legal proceedings begin soon after, but as the formal trial date for Yoon is announced for January 14th, Han is also being impeached, less than 2 weeks after stepping in. Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok then takes the helm, becoming the third president for the country in just 2 weeks. All the while, Yoon strikes a defiant tone, ignoring 3 summons to appear for questioning. So, on the last day of 2024, the authorities issue an arrest warrant, and police try but fail to apprehend him last Friday. Now, that warrant is set to expire at midnight tomorrow, Korea local time. And if Yoon is taken into custody before then, it will make another compelling episode in what is shaping up as political theater fit for a K-drama.
We begin in South Korea, where anti-corruption investigators have asked the court to extend the execution period for an arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. That's over his martial law declaration last month.
Welcome back. We continue our CGTN special program on the political crisis in South Korea. I'm your host, Joe Jiajing. Theoretically, Monday would be the final day effective for the arrest warrant, but now the Joint Investigative Unit will renew that warrant since the police they asked before would be not cooperating with the warrant. So the execution, however, has been halted due to the safety concern, and also that we are looking forward to what's happening tomorrow. But now we have a expert on this on our show from Seoul, Mr. David Teasard. He's the assistant professor at the Seoul Women's University, and he also is an adjunct professor at the Hanyang University, lecturing in world history and political science. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to see you.
So we know that the during protest movements continue since Friday after the warrant was issued, and there are calls both for immediate arrest of the president and also support to protect him. So there are those loyal guards there outside the presidential residence. But what does the historical arrest warrant mean to South Koreans' politics, from your observation?
It's a very good question, and it requires a lot of analysis. I think if we go back just very briefly to December 3rd, when President Yoon gave that call to enact martial law in the late hours of the evening, it was unprecedented. Nobody foresaw this. Nobody saw it coming, and it went away as quickly as it appeared, a matter of hours. We then got the resulting call for impeachment, a large outcry against the president. People took to the street, and these were not just political actors that took to the street. I think much of the public there was sort of, they found this behavior from the president unacceptable. It seemed something anachronistic. It seemed like something from the 1970s or 80s, something that didn't have a place in modern South Korea in 2025. What's happened since then has been the developments in that the opposition party, who have a National Assembly majority, they have moved very quickly to try to take down President Yoon through all sorts of means. Of course, there's a whole legal process that is in place, and this impeachment trial with the appointment of judges is going on. But the use of the Corruption Investigation Office and everything else that the opposition party has done, sometimes moving a bit too quickly, sometimes moving whether legal experts debate whether they have the jurisdiction to do that, and also doing this during a period of national mourning for the 178 people that lost their lives. That's actually emboldened some of President Yoon's supporters, I think. They've had a look at what's going on and saying, okay, if the president's done something bad, he should be on trial, but this should go through a legal process and it should be done well. And so since that 3rd of December, in the few weeks we've had since then, we've seen more and more of President Yoon supporters or people sort of pushing back against what's happening and coming out physically in the streets in very cold temperatures, I might add, snow and bitter nights here in Seoul, South Korea. But they've done that, and this has caused a real civil gridlock, and it's made people question, in South Korea, in democratic South Korea, where does power lie? Where does authority lie? We've seen the police turn down the request, as you mentioned, from the Corruption Investigation Office. We've had one president impeached, another president impeached, and now we're on to our third, Chae Sang-mok, who's doing the best he can. But if a country ever needed a leader, it was South Korea right now, going through these tragedies, looking at the geopolitical situation, and it not only finds itself without a leader, or at least President Yoon, in his house and refusing to come out, but also without trust in the institutions and knowing what is the due process and how does this go forward. So I think that's one of the real big developments here, how we look at these institutions of law and also the chain of command.
We've noticed that the Yoon's lawyer actually has insisted that these kind of like arrest is unconstitutional, and that's why he said that the investigation unit has no authorities to do this. And as you said, there should be a due process, since the opposition lawyer would leading the case that it would remove the president from power for good, might be. But why they don't follow this due process, and why there is the investigation team to issue this warrant to arrest the president?
It's a very good question. Many smarter people than me have said that South Korea is often run through the public and popular support rather than legal process. Going back 100-odd years, there was the expression that the gusts of popular feeling run through South Korea. And so people take to the streets and they demand to have their way, and woe betide the person that stands in the way of these people. That's often been the way that South Korea is being said to have run, where there might be due process, but due process will sometimes stand down to an outcry of public sentiment that demands something happen. Now, when President Yoon enacted martial law, there was great public outcry, and very few dared to stand next to him or support him in that, to get in the way of the public sentiment. Nevertheless, despite the outcry from the people, that due process should have been followed, and any misstep from the opposition party, and we should be clear for context that in the opposition party and the opposition side of the parliament, Cho Guk, the former justice minister for the Democratic Party, he was given a 2-year sentence. The leader of the opposition, Lee Jae-myung, he's facing a second trial. So they're sort of also trying to get this through quickly as possible to protect their own ends and their own family members. Any misstep on their part would have given President Yoon and his team just the ammunition they need to say that this is not correct and this is not the due process, and they can stall, and that's what they're doing. So there was public sentiment. I think it was more important for the opposition party to do things properly rather than do things quickly, because we're talking about a head of state here. We're talking about constitutional law. And while I understand that you want to do things quickly for public sentiment, I think this is one time when that South Korea bali, that quick mentality has proven to create paradoxically.
Because of the limited time, just one last question. You say that maybe there might not be a due process in South Korea, but actually, from your analysis for a society which is now we've seen in South Korea quite divided, how could the democracy been shown there in the country if the society is too divided?
Yeah, democracy is people having the freedom to express their thoughts. So democracy is not necessarily just voting, it's a state of mind, and it's also the protection of freedom. So South Korean people are taking to the streets to express their political feelings, both for the president and against the president. And as they do this, they're doing so freely, and they're doing so without fear of physical or legal repercussions. They're allowed to stay outside in the streets. Now, in the 1970s and 1980s, these protests in South Korea were very scary. People disappeared at nighttime. There were Molotov cocktails and things like this. In South Korea's democracy today, those people are taking to the streets, and they are doing peacefully and carefully. We've heard reports of some minor skirmishes, but nothing major to report. And I think that is democracy. Personally, I see this more of a problem with capitalism and capitalism's relationship with democracy, and how media and influence comes into all of this. Of course, many people will question South Korea's democracy, what's happening, but it feels like it's just about holding steady, though it does need a leader.
Wait a second. Yeah, we still have time. Sorry about that. I think I received a wrong cue, so that's the reason I was sorry about that. Last but not least, if the president were finally impeached, which might we see inside, will the end of Yoon's tenure fix South Korea's political problems?
I think the end of this situation might come if the Constitutional Court and the impeachment, they give a verdict, and they're likely to come down negatively against Yoon Suk-yeol. We can't talk about that for certain, but that might happen in sort of 60 days or a month, rather than the arrest. Will that fix South Korea's political system? No, I'm not sure it will, because the two major parties in South Korea, they've been using the judiciary and legal prosecutions in a sort of act against revenge, whereas people in the past, they used to, as I said, carry out more violent means of political revenge. Now they're doing it through legal means, and we have these memes about no South Korean president survives without going to jail or something worse. And I think if the opposition party come to power through this, there will be again the idea from the Conservative Party that they need to retake power and enact revenge on those that have done this. And so that will not help South Korea. I think what we need is a third party or a group of third parties to come forward and say, you know, we present a message for 2025, which is a little bit more cosmopolitan, which doesn't have this Cold War hegemony between Washington and Beijing or Tokyo and Pyongyang. I'm not sure that they might win the election, but I think providing the public with a credible third or fourth alternative to this dyad that we've seen dominate South Korean politics for the last few decades, that will be something that we can hope for. A new way forward, and a more modern way without the sort of the language of the Cold War resurfacing, which is what we've had, unfortunately, over the last couple of weeks and months.
Okay, we still have time, actually. Sorry about that. But I'm also wondering about the political burden, as you mentioned, that, you know, the two parties, the bipartisan consensus is kind of a problem in the country. But if we have the sitting president impeached, and then we'll have the election within 80 or 60 days, I think, 80 days, right? So
that's correct.
What can we expect from that? If we have any emerging parties or, you know...
We've been through this process before. Let's not forget, in 2016, Conservative leader President Park Geun-hye was impeached. She didn't fulfill her term, and we saw an election, and that saw President Moon Jae-in come to power for the Democratic Party on a wave of optimism. That saw better relations with Pyongyang. It also saw the Pyeongchang 2018 Winter Olympics, and that really was a feel-good factor for many in the country. It gave a sense of hope. I think the current leader of the opposition, Lee Jae-myung, he has his supporters, of course, but he lost the last election. He's not a widely popular figure. Who the Conservative Party will put forward, I'm not quite sure. This is one of the first times in South Korean presidential history or political history that people are finding that they don't like either of the applicants going forward for the two major parties. You're right, that does give the potential for third and fourth and fifth parties to come forward, because that is possible in South Korea. You do have these parties appearing in presidential debates. And I think, as I said before, it's not about these parties winning, but it's about presenting a credible alternative, and that does so in the language of 2025 that really reflects public sentiment, because a lot of people, their voices are not heard often. We have extreme voices on both the left and right talking about the current situation, but a lot of people, and I've said this before, they want to have their lunch in Tokyo and their dinner in Beijing, and then they want to go to Seattle and they want to talk to family members in North Korea. I think that's a sentiment held by many citizens today, but yet there's not a political home for that in the current landscape. Finding that will be a big challenge for South Korea, although I remain confident that South Korea has generally found solutions to most problems it's faced thus far, and I hope they will do so again.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor David Teaser, Assistant Professor from the Seoul Women's University. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And that will do for our today's special program on the political crisis in South Korea. You can also reply our show, learn more analysis from our experts from China and South Korea to understand the situation in South Korea. You can also replay our programs on YouTube and our social media platforms of CGTN. Bye for now.
당연히 윤석열 내란숙에는 체포될 것이라고 생각을 하고요.
체포도 반대하고 대통령이 비상계엄할 수 있는 권한이 있는 거고 그걸 갖다가 왈가왈부한다 하는 자체가 그건 있을 수 없는 일이에요.
모든 사항들이 어려운 사항들인데 일국의 대통령인데 그러나 제가 나오기 전에 탄핵을 운운하면서 탄핵이다 하고 그 다음에 이제 구속을 시키겠다. 또 대통령에서 내려오라 하는 부분들은 잘못됐다고 봅니다.
그건 말도 안 되는 이야기예요. 상식적으로 있을 수 없는 일들이 이 나라에 벌어지고 있다니.
대통령 체포영장이라는 말은 잘못됐다고 생각하고 내란수개범 체포영장이라는 말이 바르다고 생각하고 너무나 당연한 것이라고 생각합니다.
그래도 체포라 그러지만은 제가 있다 그러면은 당연히 체포하고 법률적으로 해야 되는데 아직까지 제에 대해서 판결이 나오지 않은 상태잖아요. 국회의원들은 그래 했지만은 헌재라든가 이런 게 나왔다면 제가 나오면은 그 이제 구속을 하고 죄를 지어야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
너무 진짜 부끄럽기도 하고 그럼에도 불구하고 이런 글을 봤어요. 외국분이 한국 국민들이 민주주의를 다시 바로 세우는 속도가 회사 복사기 고치는 속도보다 빠르더라라는 글을 보면서 웃기면서도 슬펐던 기억이 있는데요.
이 사태를 볼 때 근데 윤 대통령이 죄를 지었던 죄를 짓지 않았던 또 여당이든 야당이든 일국의 대통령이니까 서로 화합해가지고 나라를 위해서 생각하는 사람들은 거의 없다고 봐요. 여당이든 야당이든 자기 당만 생각하는 것 같은데
우리나라 국회의원들은 한 번만 해야 되지 두 번 이상 하면 전부 다 도둑놈 다 되는 세상이다. 저거정 전부 다 돈 나눠 묻고 뭐 또 어떤 사안에 대해서 이권에 대해서 돈을 주고받고 우리 눈에 안 보이게 일반 국민들은 자기들 먹고 살기 바빠가 세상 왜 돌아가는지도 잘 모르고 이런 실정이다.
이후에 한 발 한 발 진행되는 상황에 대해서도 우리 국민들 절대 좌시하지 않고 똑바로 두 눈 뜨고 바라보면서 대한민국의 민주주의가 올바른 길로 나아갈 수 있도록 한 명 한 명이 노력해야 된다고 생각합니다.
서로 양보하고 화합했으면 좋겠습니다.
내가 볼 때는 대통령을 탄핵하는 그 자체도 잘못된 일이고 법적으로는 여러 가지로 예를 들어 이성적인 생각을 가지고 사태를 갖다가 처음부터 끝까지 상세하게 파악을 하면 누구든지 판단할 수 있는 거라.
사실 정치 무슨 상관이야 라고 생각을 했는데 그래서 이렇게 되었나 많이 후회를 하게 됐어요. 앞으로는 그런 안일한 생각하지 않고
저는 지금까지 살아오면서 어느 정도는 많이 살아왔는데 지금 10대, 20대, 30, 40대를 보면 나라의 모든 것이 암울하다는 거죠. 그냥 서로 화합해가 갔으면 좋겠고 저희들은 살아왔는 있지만은 조금 더 화합했으면 좋겠다 이겁니다.
영향은 분명하게 미치죠. 미치는데 내가 볼 때는 사람이 사람답게 살아야 되지